Umineko's glorious return with Answers arc. Baldur's Gate 3 will continue on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. When it's done, we will be starting Metal Gear Weekdays. I don't know what game we're playing on Metal Gear Weekdays, but it just sounds like it just sounds like a good name to give the weekdays, don't you think? It makes them sound hardcore. What kind of weekdays are you having? I'm having Metal Gear Weekdays. Aw, damn. Sounds awesome. Anyway, sorry we're late. I was at the gym. I didn't want to skip the gym. I could have and been right on time, but uh, yeah. How long have we waited? Did you take a shower? I did not take a shower, so I am stinky from the gym. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here in my own sweat. I actually don't sweat that much at the gym, except for on leg days, and it wasn't a leg day, it was a pull day. So I'm not actually stinky. Could have been on time if I skipped reverse flies at the end of the workout, but you know me, I need all the help I can get to be flies, so I did them. Man, I feel like I still don't understand some muscle groups. Like reverse flies hit like very small muscles on the back of your shoulders. And like I can do like probably ready to go up on that, but I can do like sets of 12, 3 sets of 12 for that at around 75 pounds. I don't know what I'm saying around when it was 75 pounds. I can do 75 pounds on those. And yet some of my like bigger muscles, like I can't, like I'm struggling to get above 50. Like I don't understand. But you can just brace against it better. Like maybe it's the machine. Small muscles. Yeah, smaller muscles. Like I know, I don't know if you're making a meme or whatever, but like certain muscles in your on your body are a lot smaller than others, and that means you can usually they tolerate they don't tolerate higher weights, and also you can exercise them more often. They recover faster. So like yeah, like even if like they had the same amount of received the same amount of hypertrophy over your whole entire body, they would still be smaller than the other ones. Like your quadriceps are the biggest muscles on your body. They can take a real beating. That's why a lot of people don't like doing leg day because it is exercising the largest muscle on their body and it hurts like a motherfucker. It also takes a long time to recover, whereas a smaller muscle will be will bounce back faster and it won't hurt as much when you hit it. Second biggest muscle on the body, I think, is the calf. I think the calves are the second biggest muscle. I love exercising my calves. It feels so good. It feels like it's the best burn in the gym actually. Not my favorite movement, but I love exercising my calves. But I fucking hate exercising my quads. What about the heart, man? I have a very small heart. So, what do you think will happen in this episode? Oh yeah, we're doing Umineko. We're doing Umineko, aren't we? In preparation for today, I've been told not to tell you this, but I'm my own man and I'm my own boss, so I'm just saying it. In preparation for this today, I watched episode 1 of the stage play with Mouse last night. It was actually pretty good. It was bizarre that they shortened the entirety of episode 1 of Umineko Questions arc down to 2.5 hours, 3 hours, not including the tea party. I think the VN is better, and it's wild to me to say this, that I think that the stage play is paced too quickly. I understand why. Like, there's no way to do like I guess if you did a TV show, but I feel like it still hit a lot of the major beats. But it's like really brisk. Like it cuts out so much. Who are you? What did you do? I've said in the past that sometimes things are moving too quickly. So like pacing issues are not always that something is too slow. He loves about pacing. No, there's a good, happy medium somewhere. By the way, Higurashi was originally intended to be a play script, but they couldn't get anyone to play any of the characters because they were too cringe, and all the actors that did line readings died of embarrassment trying to get into it. Wow, that's crazy lore. Holy shit. Wow, that's insane. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. That tracks for sure. Okay, I'm mad that we didn't stream on Saturday to do Bandle because I did it on my own time and I got it in too, and it was fucking Chapel Rowan. I'm fucking mad that we didn't stream on Saturday. Anyway, I'm feeling better. I'm feeling a lot better. I still am a little congested, as you can probably hear, as I have like lingering mucusy issues in my nose, but I can actually breathe through my nose freely like all the time, so I'm good. I have a coffee brewing. There's some beans in the percolator. We could probably start off with the dulls. I also did a game dull one, and I got that it was Planet Side in like the first round. I was like, God damn it! People would have been in chat would have been like, "What even is this game?" And I would have like yeah, I got it. I'm actually pretty good at those. I'm terrible at the guess the one though. Anyway, in case that you are title blind or whatever, to just go through it. Also, I'm really behind on my DMs. I'm sorry if you DM me, Sarah. I haven't answered you or read your DMs in a while too. I'm really sorry about that. I also have like a mountain of like text messages from Bill about Expedition 33 and how much he loves someone named Lune. So I need to go through that at some point too. I am streaming Umineko answers on Tuesday and Saturday. And I don't know if we're going to just do the episode and then we're going to take a break, or we're just going to do that until we're done. I don't know. Baldur's Gate is now going to be on Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. I may do extra streams just to get Baldur's Gate done because I feel like people have had enough of Baldur's Gate, but like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Like, I feel like the break didn't help. I feel like maybe we should just rip the Band-Aid off and be done. I don't know. We'll see. After that is done, we're going to get into the Metal Gear games. We may take a short break and play Doom the Dark Ages because I just want to play that. We're going to try and do that. And I'm going to try to prioritize at some point in the year Expedition 33. We will do that probably maybe after Death Stranding 2. I don't know. We are going to do Expedition 33 because I really like the idea of doing all of the game nominees for Game of the Year at Jeff Keighley's Jeff Keighley Awards, starring Jeff Keighley at the end of the year with Jeff Keighley. There's no Expedition 33 is not going to be nominated. There's no way it's not going to be nominated. So I would like to like knock as many of those games out as possible. Death Stranding 2 is also going to get nominated. So Blueprints is probably going to get nominated. So like if I can do some of those ahead of time, and then when the nominees come out, we can like emergency just like, hey, we're just going to stream like the other two that we didn't get around to, just so we can like as a group collectively going into this as a community, we can judge and we'd be like, we played all of these. Cool idea. I like it too. Yeah, it's a cool idea. And also it might get me to play some games that I don't usually play, which is always good. Will you play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 then? Yeah, if like honestly, that is Mouse and I were talking about that last night about like what could be nominated, and that was one of them. And I was like, God damn it. I also had like a moment of crisis that like, what if one of the fucking Switch 2 games gets nominated because the Switch 2 people paid for the nomination, and I'm like, God fucking damn it, I'm gonna have to get a Switch 2 and play Donkey Kong's Jungle Rumble fucking starring Minecraft. Like I don't fucking know, man. Like, I hope that it doesn't. But, like, will Mario Kart World get nominated? Like, Mario Kart 8 was a huge deal. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Anyway, before we get into the dolls, let me tell you about my boy. All right, so Finn and I have set up Finn is my son. He's turning 10 in August. Finn is my son. He played Among Us for the first time this week. Finn and I I was going to set up a family Discord for us to talk on, and then I was informed that would break terms of service and I might get myself banned. So I decided not to set up a Discord because they're not old enough to go on Discord. So I set up a family group on Steam, so we can have a Steam chat. So we have been chatting on Steam, and I've also been chatting to Leo and Kate, but they're not as good as communicating via text as Finn is. Finn can type quite well. Anyway, so I want to tell you two stories of my boy. My boy like doesn't understand how to communicate via via text or stuff like that. So when he makes a joke, he has to tell me the joke. So he sends to me, Daddy, can you send me a picture of a sniffer from Minecraft? So I'm like, okay. So I get the sniffer from Minecraft and I send it to him. And he said, thank you. Oh, that's a really cute sniffer. Ha ha ha. I'm like, yeah, it is. And then he says, I think that sniffer is sus, open parentheses, Among Us reference, close parentheses. That's so cute. It is really cute. Anyway, the other one that he did was that he was telling me about all of the bosses that he's playing in some mod for Minecraft called Cataclysm. He's obsessed with this mod. He always wants to tell me about the bosses he's fighting in this mod. So I've heard all the stories about like how he's fighting something like the Rotful Ferris monster and Ignis and all these other mods, all these other bosses in there. So he's telling me about all these, but he's got a tier list of all of the bosses, and he's like easy tier, mid tier, hard tier, those sorts of things. So he's telling me about the names of the bosses, and he's telling me about the Sunbird boss, and then he tells me He tells me about a boss that that he hates to fight called the Night Lich. And then he said, like, his name is the Night Lich, Daddy, but I don't like typing that out, so I just call him NL. So, like I'm losing it on my side of the keyboard. Like, I can't tell him why that's funny, so I just typed in, that's a great name. Meanwhile, I'm like cry laughing. Oh shit. Anyway, he enjoys Among Us. Unfortunately, they added a lot to that game. There's like roles and stuff in that game now too. If you are the engineer, or if you're the engineer in Among Us, and someone sees you vent, do you vent with like an engineer animation, or could someone be like, "Yo, I saw you vent. What the fuck?" And you'd be like, well, "Hold on, no, I'm the engineer." That's not new. Oh well, hold on. What do you mean it's not new? I haven't played Among Us. I like when you say it's not new, like I don't know, like man, like it's been like fucking like 6 years since I played Among Us. Like I don't know, like it's like I only played it for like a couple of days. There's roles now. Like was it? Sorry for the question, but I struggle to remember difficult words that I come across in medias. I always look it up, read the definition 10 times. I try to use it in a sentence differently 3 times. Do you have any tips for this, or just read more? That sounds like a good process to me. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that's you can't do much better than that. My go-to always, if you feel that you understand something, the way to know if you really do understand something is to try to teach it to someone else. If you can't teach something to someone else, there are going to be exceptions, and different kind of people learn in different ways. But for like 99% of the population, if you can't teach something to someone else, you don't understand it. Like if you can't explain it in a very like straightforward way, then you don't really understand it. But there are going to be exceptions, don't get me wrong. So if you're sitting there being like, oh my god, I couldn't explain my job to someone else, does that mean I don't understand? Like you probably do. Like they're different. There are going to be exceptions, and some people like their brains work in different ways. Some people are really smart, but they're just really bad at communicating, so like it's fine. But like in general, most people are going to be like benefit from that approach. Anyway, let's do the dolls, and I'll go pour my coffee, then I'll say thank you, and then we'll get into Umineko. Streets of Rage? Something like that? Streets of Rage? No? Double Dragon? Was there like a big guy in Double Dragon in one of the later ones? No? I don't know what this is. Final Fight 1. Yeah! I think I played that game. Ooh, what the fuck? Alundra. I don't know what this is. I lost? Was it the wrong final fight? That was the second one you lost? Oh, okay. Well, I got it in the right thing. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this game is. Temple Run. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Time for Bendel. 2002. So I was 17. Well, almost 17. Well, depending on when the year is, when in the year it was, I might be 17. All right. So I was 17, 500,000 views, medium. Can we hear it? Okay, chat's going away. See you later, chat. Whoa, that was very distinctive. Okay, I don't know it so far. Oh, this is Bandle 1000. This is a big one. Oh, this is a long clip. I still don't know it. Sorry. I do know it. I'm not gonna get it. Fuck. Okay, maybe I don't know it. Maybe we're gonna have to go to Glorp. No, shit. God damn you, motherfucker. Is it 1,000? I would cross 1,000 miles. We could just see you tonight. Da, 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 da. Is that it? Is it Vanessa Carlton? God fucking damn it. Oh, God damn it. Oh, that's mean. That's mean. Holy shit. Glorp me? I'll glorp you. Okay. Thousand. Ah, fucking hell. Glorp has such a beautiful voice. It's so true. It's so true. It's so true. It's been 1002. Yeah, I know. Like it should have been fucking that Scottish song, the Your Claimers or whatever. Do when I wake up, well I know it's gonna be. It should have been that one. Maybe that's tomorrow. Maybe it's that one. What is it about the weebs always having a worse game? The grass is always browner on the other anime. What the fuck? This is Umineko. Was this done on purpose? It's Umineko. It's Umineko. Was this just happenstance or what? I gotta say, sometimes I say things and afterwards I'm like, where did that come from? That was gold, and that was one of them. The grass is always browner on the other anime. Just came to me in the middle of that rant. 5 hours of absolutely nothing happening. What is it about the weebs just always having a worse game? The grass is always browner on the other anime. What the fuck? Every single time, Steins get, oh, this is fucking nothing compared to Umineko. And now we're playing Umineko and it's like, oh, this is nothing next to fucking Higurashi. And then we're gonna play fucking Higurashi and it's gonna be, oh, this is nothing next to fucking Angel Doku fucking meh. Like, oh, what the fuck? There's fucking 10 hours and nothing happens, but I still got through it because I wanted to be on my fucking anime list. Here we go. What the shit? Angel Doku meh. This is nothing next to Sekimeya. Yes. Fucking. It's time for Time Guesser. Okay, that's Joe Biden with Mrs. Joe Biden. Sorry, I don't know her name. This is COVID, cause mask. Jill Biden, thank you. Okay, is it Jane? Well, oh no, now people are saying Jane. Is it Jane or Jill? Okay, so this is at the White House. It's gotta be like maybe New Year's. She's helping him stand. So, I'm gonna say 2022, 2022, something like that. It's probably on the borderline of 2021, 2022. This might be the first second of 2022, actually. And it's down here. Well, we're now. No, we've been doing this for a while, fam. Sorry, I just said fam. I promised I wouldn't say fam anymore. God damn it. Okay, where are we? We're in the White House and we're facing the Washington Monument. So we're here. Like we're on this. We're here. We're legitimately right here. Okay. All right. And we'll find out if this is right or not after I go pour my coffee. Beer back. We've been here 5 times already. It's insane. I gotta give gimmies for the Americans to do a geography game. What are you talking about? I'm one of them. Okay. Let's see if I was right. Wow. Finally, a 5,000 out of 5,000 location. Wow. President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden joined by their... I didn't know she was a doctor. Dr. Jill Biden joined by their family watching fireworks on Joe Biden's inauguration day. You were 1 year off, 2021. 2021. 2021. Okay, this could be anywhere between the 50s and the 80s. Okay, leather jacket. Okay, the hair, Warzawa, geez no, Poznan. I don't know. Oh, okay, the pants. Okay, it's gotta be 70s, right? It's gotta be. It's got early 70s, 72, 70. Oh, hold on. Like, this is Europe. Europe has had like, especially back then, had a different timeline of like fashion and stuff. Fuck. I don't know. This could be wrong. This could be 1997 Poland. It really could be 1997 Poland. Like I don't like this could be like it really could be like there could be a delay. Your birth year should suffice. Okay, you want me to move even further back? This makes me think Warsaw, but it's not, is it? What's this mean? This makes me think we're in this area here somewhere. We're in this area somewhere. What's Warsaw in Polish? Is it Warsaw? That's gotta be. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. Is there like a Poznan or Gizno somewhere too? Oh, Gizno, Poznan. All right. So we're in Torin, Kutno. We're here somewhere. Could we be here and the road goes this way and that way? Could we be by do something, whatever the fuck? Could we be here? Here looks more promising, actually. I'm just gonna go, you know what? I'm going here. It's Tots. And I think it's 19, I feel like it might actually be later, but we're going 19, let me bump it up. 1975. 1975. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, god damn it! Wait, what? Gizno is the same road out? What are you talking about? How are these two in the same direction when one is north and one is west? We have to get out? All right, whatever. Really? Really? Fucking 645 points stock from that? Jeez, man. Jeez. Holy fuck. All right. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay. I don't know this flag. I don't know this flag. It's somewhat recent. I'm gonna guess somewhere after I'm gonna go 2017, just so I get some points. Because it could be anywhere from like last year to like 2012 or something like that. I have no idea where this is. What is this flag? What's that? Chavez nominando mejor artista. Hugo Chavez. That doesn't help me. that doesn't help me. Joe, I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help me at all. Okay, I feel like it's probably like in this area or in this area. And I have no idea which one. I have no idea which one to go with. I have no clue. Joe, I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, why am I being me? Like, why am I being made fun of for not knowing something? It's Moncton, Joe. Should we pick Moncton? This looks South American. Why do you think it looks South American? See, the only thing I think that makes me think that it might be South America is because I feel like at this point in time, I know what the Spanish flag would look like, and this does not look like the Spanish flag, but I don't know what Portugal's flag looks like. I have no idea what Portugal's flag looks like. So like it could be Portugal to me. Question. Again, I'm being made fun of for just not knowing things. I think you recognize if you see it. Yeah, I think so too. Unless it is this, and that's why I'm being fucked up. We need a flag guesser. Yeah, a flag though would go hard just for learning, not learning things. That's why I do time guesser. I do time guesser so I can learn. Joe, flags are taught in middle school. Okay, first of all, they weren't when I was in middle school, and second, if they were, middle school was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. Okay. All right. I don't think I would have gotten South America. Maybe I would have, but now Chaz kind of poisoned me. I'm just gonna go here, and we're all going to enjoy when the line moves across the Atlantic Ocean. Are you ready? Here we go. Yeah. Venezuela. Hey, 4 years off. Oh, okay. All right. 4,300. Mourners pay their respects to the late Venezuelan president Hugo Chavez during his funeral. There is a flag though. Okay, this is definitely Northern Ireland. Definitely Northern Ireland. Definitely Northern Ireland. Okay. What year is this? Yeah, of course it's Greece. If this isn't Greece with these stucco bullshit, I'm gonna be mad. This looks very touristy, not just because it says hotel. Prepare to be mad then. Hey, I'm going Greece. I'm going Greece. Selma Fursani? Okay. Okay. Let's just go smack dab in the middle of Greece. Wait, no, it's touristy, so it's gonna... What the fuck is going on here? What kind of spaghetti stuff is that? It's probably going to be... Oh, maybe it's on Crete. Real life Atlantis. You know what? I'm going on Crete, because I know what Crete is. I'm going on Crete. We're going Crete. We're going Crete. We're going Crete, and I think this is probably... This is digital, right? I think 2007. I think 2007. Oh, man. What? Tunisia. Okay. Gotta be honest with you, chat. This is the first time I'm learning of the country called Tunisia. I've legitimately never heard of this country before in my life. I'm learning. American moment? Yeah, American moment. That's crazy. What do you mean? Again, why? Why the fuck am I being made fun of for not knowing something? I'm from there. Is it nice? Where do you think tuna came from? This is where tuna's from? Because chat gets off on being me. I know, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Once again, to just to say something. My geography knowledge is extremely low. Okay. Never claimed to be an expert in geography. I have never been one of those British people that makes fun of Americans for having bad geography and not knowing where things are on the map. Never did that. I've bad geography. It was one of my lowest classes in school. I had a really good geography teacher. I've said this story on stream before. I'll repeat it again because props to her. I had a really good geography teacher. I was someone who did really well in school just naturally. I never had to study. I just got very high marks, sometimes even perfect marks in a lot of classes. Geography class was one of the ones that was very low. My parents went to parent teacher night, and the geography teacher, I can't remember her name unfortunately, said to my parents is Thomas struggling in the tier of school that he's in? It's obvious that he's not in the right place. And then my parents very smugly put my report card in front of her, and she leafed through my report card and saw that I was getting near perfect marks in every single other class except for hers. And then she put the report card down, looked at them, and said, "Okay, so it's me. I'm the problem. However I'm teaching your son is it's not going well with him. I'm the issue here if he's doing better in other classes. So I'm gonna have to figure something like that out." And then I just never had that teacher again. And I did not like that teacher, and I respected the fuck out of that when my parents told me that. I was like, holy fuck. You got her fired? No, I'm pretty sure the rest of the students in the class were doing well. It wasn't like she's a bad teacher. It was just whatever her teaching style is it's not good for me. Then you got better geography? No, then that was the last time I had that class. I'm really not good at geography. A street scene in Sidi Bouzid, a popular tourist town on the Mediterranean in Tunisia, known for its vibrant blue and white buildings. Man, I really thought this was Greece. Holy shit. I mean, it's in the same kind of slice of whatever latitude, longitude, whatever the fuck it is. Longitude would probably be the one that goes horizontal, right? It used to be Carthage. Oh, I do know this place then. I've read about Carthage. Was it not called Tunisia back then? Oh my god. Okay, I want to say it has to be right at the bottom, but is it a trap? Guan Antique Casa de Aratia. I don't know. Peons at the market. San Luis Potesi? Where's that? I have no idea where that is. Okay, for some reason I think that we're still over in this area. Maybe that's wrong. Can I find this San Luis Potesi somewhere? It's not going to be here again. Be a little racist. It's so hard not to be racist when you're playing Time Guesser. I gotta be fair. Yeah, it's really difficult. Too many sombreros, but Potesi is in Peru. Is it? Okay, if I scroll in, am I gonna find this somewhere? I don't want to scroll in too far. Is it even gonna be the same name though? Or the same spelling of it? Chat sees it apparently. I do not. I'm still not seeing. Oh, it's not a, wait, what? It's a region, and also there's a city. Okay, city and region. Sorry, I was looking at the at the city names. I was looking at the black font. Okay. I guess that's it. Should we just bump it up a couple just in case that it's not? Because like this is like really lowballing it. Let's go to 1905. Fucking hell. A stereoscopic photo of a crowded market in San Luis Potosí, Mexico during the early 20th century. It says the year on the side. Oh, does it? Where? Where does it say the year on the side? I don't see it. Oh, it's right there. Yeah. Sorry, I had to tilt my head. It is 1900. Fucking hell. That was a gimme. That was a gimme. Oh, man. Okay, so these two colossally fucked us. But hey, anything above 35,000 I'm happy with. Don't ask me what I got yesterday's. All right, I think Time Guesser took too long today, but we can get into it soon. All right, Scrandle. Are we still doing Scrandle? Should we start doing Scrandle faster? Grilled sausage and a pint. Breakfast. Ah, right looks so good, but left comes with a pint. It's cheaper too. I think it's left. Right is the tastier food, but it has a pint, and the sausage, like people on Scrandle kind of like their sausages. It has some bread too. I think it's left. Wow, it was pretty close. Okay. Surprisingly easiest left of my life. Yeah, what even is that? Greek salad, pork and stuffing bap. Okay. That looks like an extremely sad Greek salad, especially for the price. Is this the whole thing? It's left. Yeah, that's a really bad salad. Okay. Double bacon cheeseburger, kebab roll. Okay, this is cheaper. That looks decent, but the cheese not being melted is killing all the vibes. It's got to be right. Yeah. The cheese has to be melted. Ooh, cheesy bacon chips. I haven't eaten yet today, chat. I'm really hungry. Crispy pork belly. That's not true. I had a protein bar. Okay, that is a really cheap crispy pork belly. Cheesy bacon chips. That goes hard. That looks really good to me. I feel like right would be pretty good, but it looks a little unappetizing. It is pretty cheap. I'm going left. Wow, really? Oh, that really surprises me. Double cheeseburger with bacon, cheeseburger with waffle fries. People fucking love their waffle fries. This is the rare time that the cheese has been melted too much. That bun looks kind of sad. The bun on the right looks way better. The cheese is a little melted here. I don't know. Oh, it is going a little flaccid. I personally would eat the one on the left. But people fucking love waffle fries, man. And this has the whole presentation. This looks like it's too close, you know what I mean? This is like when you take an intimate picture and you set the magnification up to 5 when it should be at 2. Like you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about. So I think the one on the one on the right is better than the one. I'm going one on right. I'm going one on the right. Am I going to regret it? Wow, that is really close. Sausage water. 2 battered sausages. Okay. If the one on the left wins, I'm never playing Scrandle again. That is too high. That's too high. Steak bowls, the Avro bomber box. All right. Okay, the burger comes too. Left looks fucking delicious. Everything on the left looks amazing. Like all that chicken looks really good. Left bun looks squished in a good way. Everything on the left looks good. Right, steak bowls. That steak might be a little too rare even for me, Chief. I don't know, man. I don't know what that sauce is on it. It does look pretty good. I would still eat it, but I think I'm going left. What do you mean rare? It's well done? Are you blind? What is this fucking like de-escalating war that we're having on what constitutes rare and medium rare? Like what is like medium rare today was rare 10 years ago. What the fuck are you talking? That's not remotely. It's fucking pink almost all the way up to the fucking crust, my weeb. What the fuck are you talking about? Rareflation, exactly. Rareflation. It's one of my new favorite tags. All right, I'm not arguing with Chad about steak. I'm not arguing with the same group of people that thinks that the visual presentation of food doesn't matter. I'm going left, and I'm probably going to be wrong, but fuck it. Wow, within 0.2, but that is not allowed. That's not allowed. They need to put like a minimum difference. Okay. Bagels, polo a la brasa. Okay, I think right is gonna win just for the sheer amount of food that you're getting for 2 quid 40. That's like such a good deal. Left is trying way too hard. Left makes me want to make a very bad joke. I'm going right. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'm going right. Fuck off. Okay, double bacon cheeseburger but against sausage, pickle, and bread with a beer. I don't know. Left, it's not left easy. Right comes with a pint. Right looks sad. It's Polish beer though. It is anyone's scran. Retness is right. It's anyone's scran. This could go either way. You overvalue the pint buff. I think maybe I do. Have in the past, I've overvalued the pint buff. However, these chips look really gross. They might be tasty. These are the kind of chips that you don't know if they're good or not until you take a bite. Like, is this like a sign of like being reheated? Or is this a sign that they are the perfect crisp and they're going to be great? What do you mean? What are you talking about? They look so good. They absolutely do not look good. What the fuck are you talking about? These could easily have been refried again. They look crispy to me. Yeah, they do look crispy. I would eat them. I'm just saying, you could take a bite of these and be like, they're fucking gross. It's anyone's scran. Josie's is there. Josie's there being a plate of razor blades, but wait, hold up, it comes with a pint. Exactly. The burger, the cheese is melted an appropriate amount. It's anyone's scran. You know what? I've gone against chat too much this time. I'm gonna go on chat's side and be chat's champion. Chat, do not let me down. I'm going left. Wow. All right. Chat was right. These fries are too rare for me. What do you mean? They're not even rare at all. There's no ketchup on them. They're not red. Perfect games, 1 out of 15. Goddamn. Chat pre-play. It's true. Chat has a huge I've already played the game and know all the answers buff. It is kind of upsetting, yeah. Okay, pint buff is pretty nuts for that to be 7%. Yeah, pint buff is huge. Don't underestimate the pint. It's a pint-sized buff. Okay, I have to do some hacking now in order to do this. Okay, here we go. Run and as administrator. Okay. Umineko with a pint. Okay, wait, what? Do I have to game capture or window capture? Shit, I should have done this last night. I'm sorry, chat. I forgot how to set this up. Is it this one? Can you hear it? You can hear it. Okay, what about now? Can you hear it now? All right, that is the right window then, but it's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? A new trophy. You need to run OBS as admin if trying to capture a game running into that. Ah, fuck. All right, what about if I window capture instead? Okay, there we go. Okay, so just to make sure that everything is calibrated properly, I'm going to be clicking in 3, 2, 1. Was the sound lined up? Because I'm getting sound from game capture, but I'm only getting, you know what? I'll just do audio capture, fuck it. Okay, there we go. So it's capturing audio now. I don't know if it's gonna be too loud or too quiet, but we'll see. Joe, change the translation? What do you mean? Mouse already set this up for me. And by I mean literally Mouse sat in this chair and like set it all up. Like was physically here, set it all up. I don't think it needs to be like changed. You're on the worst translation that you were reading before right now? Aw, damn, that sucks. Oh well. Umineko, when they cry Chiru, Nocturne of the Truth and Illusions. 07th expansion, Alchemist. Also, full disclosure, I don't know why I said full disclosure. I have bought the game on Steam, and I also have a PS3 copy that is on the top shelf of the cupboard above my microwave that I'm not allowed to look at until I'm done because apparently there are spoilers all over the cover. Like, Mouse also opened it when it got here and confirmed that it was the right thing, and then just put it on the top shelf, and then that it's up there. Do you want me to go send a picture of it? Hold on, I'll go get a picture of it. All right, my phone has no battery, so like I have to plug it in, so it's like has to boot up since it's been charging this whole entire time. In the meantime, let me say thank you to people, and then I'll go take a picture. Today is Joe solo reading. Yeah, I will be solo reading. The only time I'm ever going to be joined by someone is on Saturday. I think Mouse is going to be with me here on Saturday, if she can manage it. But she has something that might make it so that she can't be here. So we'll see if it goes. I might be solo on Saturday again. But the Tuesday streams are going to be solo, and the co-op streams will be on Saturday, I believe. Top Virtuosity resubscribed while the stream was down, and with a message, "Hey Joe, I was wondering why you clicked with Liza P parries while disliking Nine Souls Talismans, because they both involve parrying enough until you do a big attack on a boss. You mentioned it hurts Nine Souls game flow, but I don't know why Liza P didn't. Was it too awkward in Nine Souls? Did it happen too often, or was it something else? Asking because making a game mix between D&D and Liza P, and don't want the same issues 9S did for you, others." And I don't think the issues with Talismans are widespread. It just kind of felt to me a little awkward. That's all. Whereas it felt like it felt rewarding in a way that was like a higher risk reward in order to get off the charged attack to knock them down after it was shown that I parried enough to knock the enemy down in Liza P. Whereas in Nine Souls it felt something like spam and just like interrupted my movement too much, and like it was kind of like a teleport dash sort of thing that I didn't have enough control on. So I don't really know exactly why. If I ever did a video on Nine Souls, I would talk about that, and I would do a whole run where I did like talismans or even just talismans only. But I can't answer that question at the moment, sorry. Thank you, Junie Daydreamer, for the resub as well. Coming from the 100 Line Mines, amazing game, by the way, to drop into the streams. Had to not watch the Baldur's Gate 3 streams out of fear of spoilers, so it's nice to be back. I'm surprised how many people are doing that. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 I thought is a game that everyone played, but apparently there's a bunch of people that haven't gotten around to it yet, probably because it's a big time commitment. I honestly think using the original schedule for Umineko streams is a good idea for you. Enjoy episode 5. Thanks, Junie. Thank you, Gandalf OC. Oh, fucking hell. For the resub. Thank you, how you doing as well, for the resub. 12 months. Hope you enjoy Umi today. Hopefully it's at least 1% as good as the Sekimea. It's good that I've continued reading Sekimea on the weekends with mouse, because otherwise like maybe my VN stamina for reading would be low. I'm trying to end it myself now. Also, you're at mouse volume. Am I too loud, or is it too? Is the music too loud? The seagulls crying. Should I turn something down? Sorry if that's been shouted at me for a bit. Volume is good. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pinstar, for the bits. 1,000 bits. Holy shit. Finally caught up with Baldur's Gate just in time for the return to Umineko. Very excited that you're back to the VN. Hope you're feeling better from being sick last week. I'm feeling much better. I am still a little congested. I am feeling much better. I'm actually hungry. I might have to eat during the break today. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can go that long without some food. We'll see. Especially after doing the workout today. Elf's Gamer for the resub. Ooh, what kind of elf though? Hey To, thanks for introducing me to the world of Umineko. Prepare yourself for peak fiction. How many people started with the live action play that I totally did not watch? Thank you, Sinks PD. Sorry, PhD. Barely managed to catch up with the VODs in time for today. I still don't understand why this battler guy is a protagonist when Nanjo is literally right there. Biggest missed opportunity of the naughty game so far. I will say this, that watching the stage play did remind me of how, or did clue me in to how insane it is that. Okay, so hold on. If you're here and you don't know what we're talking about, I'm about to say a spoiler for the whole entire VN, but if you're here, you have to understand that we're already halfway through this. So, like, you shouldn't be here if you want to experience Umineko, like, on your own, okay? Like, there's going to be spoilers discussion, okay? The fact that Kinzo is dead, and Nanjo and Genji, and they're just all still going along with that lie. I get why Natsuhi is doing it, but the fact that like, they're still going along with it even after other people show up and start to be killed makes me really wonder like what like Nanjo's price to be bought must be really high, right? Because Nanjo has integrity. Just look at him. So like, what is it about like Nanjo's sick grandchild or whatever? Like I don't know. I'm starting to get insane thoughts that like Nanjo isn't even really a doctor, and he's just there as an actor that's there just to like, you know, just like has been told that at some point there's some people are going to show up dead and just pretend that you know what you're doing and confirm the bodies or whatever. Like I don't know. Paid actor Nanjo. Like I don't fucking know, man. Like it's so fucking weird. How dare you? I know. I'm sorry. Dr. Nanjo. Thank you, FRKRX, with a resub with a question, what's your bench now? And my bench is really, really low right now. I'm taking it really slow back at the gym. I think that I'm only benching like 45, 55, 65, 70. I think I'm only benching 85 at the moment for a 3 sets of 15 reps. I'm only benching 85. That's super low. Pounds, super fucking low. So I'm like taking it really, 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 really light at the moment. Really, really light. I'm having some wrist pain when I do it too, so I don't know what to do about that on my left wrist. Thank you, Rootless, for the resub. Therefore, more than anything else, I am pumped to watch Answer's arc right now. The stage play had some really cool things, like in regards to that, more than anything else, with the money. Like I recommend it. It was really cool. It was really cool. Yuri Lover 337 again with a resub now instead of gifts. Hi Joe, I'm sure everyone will agree that we're so back and excited for you to continue with the peak streams. Keeping up with Epitaph. I don't know if I can solve the Epitaph. I don't know. It feels like it's not something I can solve. How did the play do the red text? There was no red text in episode 1. Why did you watch the live action before finishing? I didn't watch the entirety of the live action. I just watched the live action version of episode 1. As far as I understand, the live action hasn't even done the whole story yet. I just watched episode 1 of the live action thing, of the stage play. Now I have to watch the Nier Automata stage play. Shit. Thank you, Patience, for the resub. You're my ideal male role model, Joe. Oh god, like if you could see what I look like right now, you could. I need to wash my hair. Thank you, Crimson Petals, for the resub. Thank you, Kinzo, for the resub as well. Really excited to see Toe's reaction to our favorite blue gremlin. Wait, what? Blue gremlin. All right. Oh, chat's mad at you. Uh-oh. Thank you, Fadais, for the resub. Thank you, Julie Godot, for the bits. I'm so excited for the answers arc. The Umi Millionaire will become the Umi Fullionaire. Oh yeah, I did win Umi Fullionaire. Oh, where is it? I did win Umi Millionaire, in case you don't know that. Do I have it on the desktop ready to go? How do I alt tab out of this? Here we go. Big brain streamer. Just in case you didn't know, I won. A certificate of extreme intelligence and total understanding of the questions arc. This certificate is presented to the big brain streamer, Joe Tom Anderson. Signature, hypothetical walrus. I won. Who wants to be an Umi Millionaire? I won. I got all 15 questions right. I mean, I didn't. I have to use some lifelines, but I did get all the way there. I'm surprised. King shit. Yep. King shit. You didn't answer the bunny girl question yourself, so I denounced you, Mr. Anderson. Oh no, I'm sorry. I should know my bunny girls too. Thank you, Nemphalem, Nem, for the resub. Thank you very much. That's something the kids say. I don't know why I just said Nem. Nem. Thank you, Master Segways, for the resub. Excited for the return of Umineko. If you're still planning on reading all of One Piece, if you like it better than Disco Elysium, consider replaying the director's cut to give Disco Elysium a fair chance. It even has has a new fascism quest for a black-pilled skinhead like yourself. Thank you for being so cool and funny and french fry jumping, dancing. No. Oh man, we do have to replay Disco Elysium at some point, even on my own time or on stream. I don't know. Thank you, Colonel Taco, for the resub too. Hey Joe, I've just finished grad school. Wow. Like when did you start related to the Witcher 3 video? It was in a bad place for a while, but your streams helped out, so thanks. The bad place in question was Pittsburgh. Oh yep, that tracks. Yep. Thank you, Colonel Taco. Congratulations on getting out, or I don't know if maybe it just made it more tolerable. I don't know. Thank you, Skunky Emerson, for the bits. I'm late on the you playing potential Game of the Year nominees train, but Metroid Prime 4 gets nominated. Are you gonna have to play in the first 3? I've already played the first 3. Is Metroid Prime 4 coming out this year? Oh god, fucking hell! Is that gonna get nominated? No one gives a fuck about Metroid games, really. I don't know. I like Metroid games, but I don't think they're gonna be. Thank you, Craymax, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Potential Pizza. Oh, maybe I'll have that for dinner. Glad Umineko is back. Episode 5 is my favorite. It's where you learn what episode 5 is really about. That's true. I heard it said that this is where episode 5 really begins. Sorry, that was bad. Thank you, Lack Uwu, for the resub with a bunch of Uwus. Thank you, Assistant Weeby, for the resub. Are you ready to go back to Umineko after Sekime and almost gag? Maybe. Thank you, Pace558, for the resub. Just here to say hi. Back to the Sekimea VODs. Sekimea Barrels. Thank you, Bane Poster 2000. Thanks, Joe, for bringing back Umi Pico. Real. Thank you, Bane Poster. Thank you, Zolis, for the resub. I'm from Greece, and I think your guess was fine. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lambda 9900. Very topical, Lambda. Actually, my name isn't even a Umineko reference. I'm just Greek and non-binary. Oh, okay. Just a happy coincidence then when it comes to Umineko. Sound Rain used the message effect to say, I'm exceptionally excited for Chapter 5, probably the chapter I've been anticipating the most. Have fun. As for me, I shall be sending fewer bit messages going forward. I will never achieve the level of power over the chat that I desire. If I'm relying on message effects to be heard, Korra doesn't rely on them, so as a rival, neither can I. I must train harder and get more of my messages pinned or noticed on their own merit. Bear witness to the beginning of my ascension, chat. Oh, damn. Another gauntlet thrown down. Thank you, Reddick, for the bits. Hi Joe, just wanted to share that because of your Umi streams, I got back into reading, picked up a famous Agatha Christie book, and was enjoying the mystery only to get to the end and discover it was the shot football killer all along with an unreliable narrator. I think I know which one that is. I'm never going to forgive you for this. 10 out of 10 experience. The cheap little off better. Thank you, Krutler, for the bits. 1,000 bits. Having chat's weird foot takes. Sorry. Having chat's weird food takes is exactly why I tune into the streams. I am very sorry that I said the wrong word there. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it is. Chat is kind of crazy when it comes to food and they don't even realize it. Yeah. Also when it comes to feet. Yeah. Okay. It's one of those times where like the messages are coming in faster than I can read them, but I am getting somewhere near the top. So apologies. You probably have like a couple minutes if you want to go get a drink if you're not here for the sub reads, but I'm almost done. Haven't done this in a while. Great bet. Forspoken levels of stalling. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Colton72 for the resub. It shows you how many people are only here for Umineko and not Baldur's Gate fucking 3. Thank you, Colton72 for the resub. Hi, Jonas. Glad to see the Umineko streams return. Yeah, a lot of people are. Yep. Better turn than I was expecting. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to Umineko food. Umineko food. I would love some food to eat while Umineko. What's the best thing to eat while reading Umineko? Arcoda X for the resub. About to start reading episode 6, then I remembered this was Mouse's favorite, so I have expectations after coming from episode 5. Episode 5 is Mouse's favorite? I don't think episode 5 is Mouse's favorite. Is episode 6 Mouse's favorite? Episode 5 is definitely not Mouse's favorite. So you must be talking about episode 6. Okay, episode 6 is Mouse's favorite. Thank you, Omni42 for the resub. If the doctor was made of bread, would he be a nanjo? Nan bread's pretty good. I wish I could eat it someday. Thank you, YSF, for the resub. My friend badgered me into Umineko as is how it goes, and your read-through made me double down and go the distance in the break weeks. Thanks for abetting the Pico curses spread. Ooh. I wonder how the Twitter people are going to think about me continuing with answers now. I'm sure that everyone's going to be really cool and stable about it. Thank you, Critical Woe, for the resub. Beatrice's golden marble. Thank you, Bert the puppet. Brooke. Live Nandro seal. Oh, that's still on the screen. God damn. Okay, sorry. Hold on. There you go. I'm sorry. My bad. Holy shit. Sorry, I forgot about that. Thank you, Secret Rider Lab Tech Guy, for the resub. Thank you so much for your streams. No joke, watching this playthrough had actually helped me figure out some family stuff. Glad you're still enjoying it. Yeah. Sorry to be condescending, but real literature can do that. Like, real literature is not just something that you just enjoy as a story. It can actually enrich your life and enrich your perspective. Like, that's kind of what some of us say when video game writing is so shit. Like, there's been very few times in my life where a video game has enriched my life like a really good book can. Like, it can teach you something about how you can view the world. Like, that's like yeah, that's one of the ways that video game writing is so shit. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm glad I could help you. Thank you, Yuri Lover 337 for the bits. People on Twitter still have a grudge for Odyssey with no counter arguments inside. Oh no, I'm not talking about the Odyssey people, but yeah. I'm not talking about the Odyssey people. Okay, I will take a picture of the PlayStation 3 copy of Umineko that is sitting on the counter, sorry, the top of my shelf that I'm not allowed to touch. During break, I will come back with it. Okay, so some people want me to recap the story so far. And talk about some theories and everything like that. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I don't think I have that in me. I feel like I will forget a bunch of things, and we're just gonna have to I don't know, soak in the details as they come back up again, and we'll talk about it. I don't think I'm doing that. If people really, really want that, there is no joke. Mouse showed it to me. There is no joke. A AP entrance exam with like essay prompt like things that if people really want to do that, I will like replace the Baldur's Gate 3 stream this week before Saturday if people really want me to go through that. Maybe someone can link it in chat and chat can decide if they want me to do that. I will do it on Friday before the Saturday stream if people really want me to do that as like a recap sort of thing. But like I don't particularly want to, but as always, I am ever chat servant. I will do it if you want. I started verbally answering the questions to Mouse on call last night, and then we got to question 5 and I said fuck off and stopped. The question that made me stop was, what in episode 1 or whatever, in episode 1, Goda is doing a crossword. What is the significance of the clue that Goda is trying to currently work through in the crossword? And I said, fuck off. So that is the question that made me stop doing it. The ones before that weren't that bad, but yeah, anyway, here we go. Let's start. Here we go. Episode 5, End of the Golden Witch. Oh, it's good to be home. Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with its new game master. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I am sure there will be something you can spot from this clearer perspective. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? The story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It cannot possibly have any relation to real persons, organizations, places, or events. I love this so much. We take this opportunity to remind players that owning the PS3 and PC editions of Umineko is a requirement for playing this game. I have both. We hope you enjoy a fresh experience with the continuation of the story. Fuck you. Okay. You ready to see your chat? It's been so long. Are you ready? You idiot! All right. So I know that was just one line, but usually that's enough. Is it too loud? Music compared to me and her voice compared to me. Anything needs to be turned up, turned down? What do we need to do? Apparently it's good. Okay. You idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Look, look. Don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, look, look. It's magic. It's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me in magic. Look, 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 look. Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out. Apparently, if you start out all hostile and immediately brutal, then turn confident and soft at just the right moment, you can spark a huge bump on your affection meter, right? Okay, so this is a recap of all the things that are doing in the past games. All right, interesting. Voiceless. Wait. All right, so this is where Kinzo turned into a dragon. That lonely tone was the desolate sound of the wind blowing by. The glittering rose petals on these bushes were all golden. The cloud of gold butterflies that had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals was no longer anywhere to be seen. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch Beatrice. She might be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, or perhaps naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The Golden Witch Beatrice sat like a doll resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden itself, and it's where I would now level up, because this is now Souls-like. She wasn't relaxing there. Her eyes were empty. She didn't respond to any questions. Even so, she was not permitted to sleep. Beatrice sat like a doll. Her hair was down, and Virgilia was carefully tending to it with a comb. The usual Beato would surely have spent this time complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle. However, she made no response, showed no reaction, so it really only looked like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. There was a table alongside them. On it sat a chessboard, along with a jumble of black and white pieces locked in a closely fought battle. However, this setup looks somehow different from normal chess. Maybe the game was similar, though not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man, Nanjo. Oh, it's battle. No, perhaps it wasn't his next move he contemplated. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation after every change. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind the moves that had been made. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiromiya family head, once said that learning chessboard arrangements was like taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. I can see that. Ushiromiya Battler was on a journey. So I think that one of the only reveals about the mystery so far that I haven't liked and I think is kind of bullshit, and I'm curious if it actually is real or not, is that Kinzo can appear in scenes because Kinzo is a title, and that whoever is currently the head and is accepting the inheritance can present as Kinzo. I don't like that. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's one of the like answers that I've been kind of like, nah, I don't like that on my arc. I don't know. A search for the thought process that had led the Golden Witch to create this arrangement and make these moves. Battler took a black piece that should have been moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. However, on this chessboard, the black encampment was on Battler's side. He was reconstructing that arrangement, trying to play Beato's role. The more I do this, the less I understand your moves. Even Battler didn't expect that Beato would respond to that statement. Or rather, he was pretending to talk to himself, thinking there might still be some chance of her responding. Oh, so I'm not going to recap what happened in the questions arc unless it comes up, but I will say, going into this, I am like frothingly curious, and it's been hard not to continue the story in the month break, although it has been kind of nice to like let it percolate in my mind a little bit. I am really, really curious if Answers arc is going to follow the same format as Questions arc, in that we're gonna like reset the island, we're gonna go again, we're gonna go back to the island, like we're gonna go through another game, or are the games over? Because if the games are over, I'm like, there's a lot of story left. Like what's the format gonna be? Is maybe only like one or two of them gonna be that format? Like I'm really curious like exactly how this is gonna go. Is he gonna like do his own game or something? Anyway, or rather, he was planning to talk to himself, thinking there might still be some chance of her responding. Holy shit. Beato's eyes reflected nothing, and her mouth told nothing. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse that had given up on life. She wasn't sleeping. She couldn't step down from this game, and was therefore forbidden sleep. So those words must have reached her ears. However, they probably hadn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would not sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. She does not look blonde at all here. By now, Beatrice was nothing more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture or even move her lips. However, her movements never managed to communicate anything to Battler. How did you decide on this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. Beato, Battler-kun is talking to you. Say something. Giggle or guffaw or something. Even use that shrill laugh of yours if you want. Okay, this does not feel like it's continuing from where we left off. Unless maybe I should watch that part back later on. This feels like something else has happened in between that and here. Wasn't the last thing that Beatrice said to Battler Battler, you are completely alone on this island, and I will now kill you. This is like the last mystery or whatever. And then they embraced in the moonlight or something like that. Wasn't it more of an emotional thing? And then I don't remember her feeling this resigned. Maybe it does track. Maybe I'm just like yeah, the who am I thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like she was more like emotionally like with Battler at that last moment, but maybe not. Maybe I misread it. Anyway, I'll review that part at least later. Can you believe it? That shrill laugh of Beato's will never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice surely reached her. That was what Battler believed as he said these words. So he said it again. She was pretty despondent. Yeah, despondent is a really great word. How did you decide on this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. So, you don't understand what this child is thinking. Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead. Oh, we don't have a menu? Oh, we do. It's right click. Characters. Okay, the gang's all here. Oh man, I hope these two don't show up again. I wonder if Angie's gonna be back. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to seal that chance. So Battler was going to have to bear with this silence until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch Battler like this. Besides, Battler also wanted to hear what Virgilia had to say. He believed that conversation would reach Beato's heart. Do you want to do the content warning bit or review? Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. I should have done this before I hit start. My bad. Now it's gonna look it's not gonna be as formal. But maybe people will pay attention to it more if it's after we start. So I don't know exactly how great in detail I should talk about this, but I have been, and I don't know the details. So like I can't Mouse was very respectful of spoilers, so she didn't really want to give me anything to talk about. But I have been warned, and I should say to people that the maturity and some of like the like messed up sort of things that have been like developing are going to get more focused on or amped up. Like this is, I know it may surprise some people, like especially if they're here without watching the other ones. This is actually a fairly mature story. It goes to a lot of dark places. And when I say dark places, I don't mean like, oh, there's death and murder and all of that. There's a lot of death and murder in a lot of stories and a lot of games. Like it's pretty rare, for example, that a game will directly like, not even like deal with child abuse, but actually show it, and show it like multiple times, and then double down on the child abuse, double down on showing the child abuse, like that sort of thing. So like I've been told that it's gonna go, I don't know if it's gonna go more into the child abuse angle or if it's gonna go more into like different areas and different themes and that sort of thing. But like I have been told that it might be a good idea to have a content warning, so you know going forward that the story is going to lean into that more, not lean away from it. Okay. So if you would like to know more details, if there's certain things that you're sensitive to, I'm sure that someone in one of the Umi chats will be able to tell you in probably a spoiler light sort of way, if you don't want spoilers at the same time. Like maybe you can look into that and see if like if you have to mentally prepare or emotionally prepare, or maybe the story is something that you're not ready to deal with at this very moment, that sort of thing. So yeah, that is the warning that we're putting out. So yeah. Hopefully that's sufficient. Yeah. People could check on Does the Dog Die? I love that website. Yeah. I don't know if Umineko is on there, but yeah. I love that website. Yeah, the website might be, or if you want to Google the themes that are explored that you might be sensitive to, like that might spoil you. So I would suggest here to take advantage of the very invested community that we have on this game. That also a lot of like Umineko enjoyers are here like for this time, and they're probably going to leave after that, and that's completely fine. There are a lot of people on our Discord, and also like Mouse like seeded a whole entire new Umineko Discord that's on their own. If you want to go join that one as well, I am sure there are like dozens of people on there that would be like so happy to talk to you about this game and be like, hey, I can definitely talk to you and like guide you through this with the lightest spoilers so you can still enjoy the story but also be very comfortable with it. I'm sure there are so many people that would love to do that for you. Okay, so maybe you want to take advantage of that instead of like doing blind Google searches and potentially get spoilers. Okay, there we go. Anyway, that's it. Let's move on. Yep. I don't have a clue. The more I try standing in Beato's shoes and moving the pieces like this, the less I understand. A serial murder following an epitaph. With that as a victory condition, I tried reconstructing the game from the witch's side, but I never ended up making the moves Beato did. In those games, I could find several incomprehensible moves that clearly worked against that victory condition. I don't get it at all. Because you don't understand the victory condition. It's a different victory condition. This journey through her thoughts is just too rugged. Rugged? Even so, you won't give up, will you? I won't. I promised. Kill me. Let me die. Is that her talking right now? No, it's not. It's what she said at the end. I promised to let her die peacefully, and I'm the only one who can do it. Beato's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the bonds that prevented her from leaving the game until she either won or lost. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold shackle tormented her over and over inside her waking dream. Yeah. So there was never any sign of relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a nightmare, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Beato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from sleeping peacefully. Are you sure you want to be doing this? It seems the 5th game has already started. Oh, there is a game! Not interested. Why should I take part in any game unless Beato is my opponent? If that's the only alternative, who's running it? Then it's a much better use of my time to reconstruct previous games while taking a journey in search of Beato's thought process. Oh, fuck up. No! No! Alright. right. Oh, I'll be the next game master. Any objections? Yes, all of them. You've got none, right? Yes, all of them, please. Please. I've got nothing but objections. God damn it, I'm siding with the blue one. Beato conceded the fight and is unconscious. Isn't this a loss by default and game over for her? I'll admit a lot's happened to Beato, but she's basically been KO'd for now. But that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. That's why I'm acting as her assistant. Get it? Beato was lying down in a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping, and she wasn't awake either. She was a doll. She was nothing more than a living doll that had given up on victory, who had asked Battler to perform her last rites. Also, she was going to be there for 12 hours until someone found the Sekime and opened the door, and who had surrendered everything. Of course, if everyone just sat around, the fifth game would never be made ready. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Beato as the next game master, and announced that she'd prepare the next game. Quit messing around. This is a game between me and Beato. I don't know who you two are, but I'm not going to let you carry on without us. No one asked for your opinion. What'll you do, Byrne? Accept my challenge or not? Sure. Go ahead and inherit her role. The hell, quit messing around. I don't know who you people are, but I'm not going to let you ignore Beato and me and just carry on by yourselves. Hey, take it easy. Okay, sure, a new player means you'll face new kinds of moves. I'm sure you'll see lots of stuff that confuses you, but even that might lead to some big hints, get it? Who cares? Quit saying whatever you want, deciding everything on your own. Tell him, Battler. Battler, tell him. Beato's game has repeated 4 times, and you still don't understand anything, right? In that case, I expect that swapping out opponents might lead to some huge hints. It's none of your business. This is our game. Beato prepared it, and she designated me to be her opponent. I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you screwing things up. In that case, wake Beato up and make her get the next game ready. Can you? Beato won't be getting up for a while. Anyway, we don't even need to have another game. The 4 games she's already laid out are more than enough. And if we do have some 5th game, there's no reason it shouldn't just be a puzzle Beato lays out and I take on. There's absolutely no reason for you two to butt in. Battler couldn't hide his irritation at the 2 witches called Lambda Delta and Burncastle, who had shown up well after the game's start and who were now trying to take charge on their own. I know, right? It looked like these witches were in an even higher rank than Beato. So high, in fact, that even Beato's teacher, Virgilia, couldn't even come close. Battler had the feeling he'd seen these 2 several times before. However, this was the first time he'd known their names and spoken to them directly. What? Is it? Am I getting times mixed up when it was our POV talking to them? You can't get the next game ready without waking Beato. That's why I'll prepare the next game. We aren't so patient that we're willing to wait forever for Beato to regain consciousness. Right, Byrne? I don't like boredom. It really ticks me off. Stop being so boring then. We really don't give a damn whether you're bored or not. Come on now. Leave everything to this perfect Lambda Delta Sama, okay? I'll take over as the game master. Okay, is Battler gonna say no fuck you and they're gonna find a new opponent as a stand-in? There's no way Battler's just gonna be like, fine, whatever, just do it. Or actually, you know what? Don't worry, I won't play with too much absolute perfection. Just like Beato, I'll set up plenty of incomprehensible fakes, clues, and bonus hints. I'll make this game a huge hint that'll help you understand Beato's world even better, okay? Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The 2 witches didn't flinch at all. One grinned, the other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. That was Lambda Delta for sure. The 2 of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me. What's this? Not satisfied? Are you saying you'll step down from my 5th game? Isn't that a loss by default? Battler won't step down. Of course he'll participate in the 5th game. Don't just decide that yourself. I'm not going to play along with you two. I don't give a shit. Then it really is a loss by default. No, fuck off! In the last one, like Beato said, oh, this game is between me and Battler, and the Battler's not the real Battler because he doesn't know who his fucking mother is, so now he's just like, fucking Thanos out, and now we're not doing the game, and now you're just replacing Beato? Fuck that shit, man. No, don't. Battler. Then it really is a loss by default, right? Then which side wins this game? Is it really okay to end this with the humans surrendering? If you step down, the game will end with your loss by default, get it? If you want to guarantee that your lonely sister always meets with miserable circumstances in an endless number of worlds, that option is indeed open to you. When Burncastle mentioned Angie, Battler's expression changed instantly. You bastard. Don't you dare talk about Angie so lightly. Because you have an ally in me, Burn Castle, the Witch of Miracles. Dewey! There exists the possibility of a miracle in which Angie's family comes home to her. Well, if you do throw that chance away and guarantee that Angie's endless futures all end in sorrow, that might be pretty interesting too. I vaguely understood what she was saying, but I really wished Angie was here to be my lawyer. Until I win in Beato's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon that victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Angie. For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Battler, you idiot. No, damn it. What's wrong? You look unsatisfied. Have you already forgotten how angry you were when your sister was turned to mincemeat? You know, that spectacle where she was torn to bits, ripped to pieces by countless red-hot pliers. You better watch more closely next time, okay? Burncastle pointed the palm of her right hand upward. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. Some weeb shit. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface, but it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep into that crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn what was reflected on there. If you stared at it, you saw a bunch of names that I have to say thank you to. Thank you to Bell. If you stared at it, then you'd surely see the end Angie finally reached. Oh, after waiting 12 years and giving up everything for the sake of her beloved brother, the scene of her death throes, as her entire body was torn to bits while she still lived. Damn you. Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched that which made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. Then, as naturally as though she'd been there from the beginning, Burncastle was leaning against a distant wall. If you step down from the game, this will become not just a fragment, but a definite reality. What is this expression? I won't be the one to create that future. You'll do it yourself. So decide, okay? Figure out what you want to do with your beloved little sister's future. Battler's fists shook with anger, but even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Burncastle. This witch was like a phantom or a cat who wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. Okay, I have legitimately zero clue what is going on with the lollies. Like are these even, like, these don't feel like furniture of Beatrice to me. I have no idea why they're here. I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I still don't like them, but I have no idea. And she was telling the truth. For Angie Sake, I can't step down from this fight. Even these unpleasant witches hijacked the game board. That's just like you, Burn. You're even heartless when you threaten people. That's how it is, Battler. You aren't allowed to step down from the game board. You and Beato are nothing more than pieces on the board that exist to distract us from our boredom. Even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to satisfy us. Well, what you're doing now only makes for a cheap snack, though. Stop talking about food! Like those curry-flavored potato wafers. Wafers that sell for 30 yen a pair. Giggle, giggle, ha 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 ha. You damn witches. Giggle. Fight for Angie Sake, okay? And for Beato's too, right? In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying, like the headache you get after eating something too sweet. Burncastle tormented Battler and smiled. I'm at a lemon cake too. By now, the host of this tea party, Beato, was absent. The guest witches were already making themselves at home. What will you do, Ushirmiya Battler? Will you surrender to fate? Just step down. You've had enough of being toyed with as witch's piece, right? It sure is tough being one of Burn's pieces. I'm sure she'll use you and throw you away just like she did with Angie. I'm not giving you the option of stepping down. Keep fighting for the sake of your sister's future. I'm your ally. Until you win, I'll support you so you can reach that future. For all eternity, until I get bored. Giggle, giggle. Okay. Battler, you should say no here. If at some point, if you say yes, because that seems what it's leading to. If you say yes, and at some point someone tells you, dude, you could have just said no to them, there's going to be a rant. There's going to be a rant Sona is going to appear on the screen. I need to commission a rant Sona. I can't let her provocation and cajolery rile me up. The Chicancery, these witches know how to get me. I know I get mad easily, and they're trying to take advantage of that. Battler withstood it all and finally relaxed his clenched fists. If you want to start this 5th game of yours, go ahead and do it. Do whatever you want. Yes, I will do whatever I want. Hey, where are you going? Even though Battler acknowledged his 5th game, he turned his back on them, much to Lambda Delta's surprise. Oh, is he just saying no and leaving? If you're gonna be Beato's substitute, then I'm sure that Burncastle Witch over there can stand in for Miyoshi. Yes! Nice! Alright. Baster. No, let's not call him that. Not a bad idea. Better than lost by default. What the heck? Are you just gonna ignore this episode 5 that I put so much effort into making? Rude, rude. Battler says he's gonna take a break for a while. Until he comes back, I'll be his substitute. How's that sound, Battler? Yeah, whatever. You do that. What's wrong, Lambda? So you refuse to play if it's against me instead of that fool Battler? Of course not. I'm glad I get to play with you, Burn. Come on, let's play, let's play. Let's play together in Lambda Delta Sama's super hyper and cute episode 5. We're the whole returning cast, now 200% more Moe. Here we go. Yeah, so we're just gonna do the same thing that we always do, but this time, we'll sing it. This technically is a world Beato created. So then you went and gouged my eye. You aren't going to ruin the atmosphere of the story, are you? Don't worry about that. I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of stuff. I made sure to use Beato-ish atmosphere to make a tale that's even more interesting. Battler, make sure you come back as soon as your break's over, okay? It'd be a shame to miss this. I've set up plenty of bonus hints that'll get you closer to Beato's secrets. My weep, she already knows the secret! Or at least that's what it'll look like when it's actually filled with misdirection that makes stuff more and more confusing. Wait, hey, Battler, why aren't you listening when a witch is talking? Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After struggling and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beato. Melody inst dot version. Can those witches really understand Beato's game? Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything that this child cannot do. However, they can do things that this child wouldn't do. What do you mean things she wouldn't do? The materials of chess exist so that you can play chess. Gun attacks are strong against enemies weak to guns. You cannot use them to play cards. However, when it comes to throwing chess pieces at your opponent and scribbling on the board, such things are not impossible to do. However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess, so people choose not to do that. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Beato's eyes seemed to cloud slightly with sadness. Damn them. This game's between me and Beato. I won't let anyone else defile it. At the time, gold butterflies gathered and Ranave appeared, holding a tea set with black tea. Would you like some more tea? If you wouldn't mind. Certainly. So, are we going to lock the fuck in? How goes this journey of yours in search of Milady's thoughts? I don't have a clue, but I'm enjoying it. However, are you sure about this? Is it truly alright for you to relax here? You mean that game those witches just started all by themselves? Indeed. Just now, when I went to serve them some tea... What? The murders of the first Twilight had already taken place, and it seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly. When Beato and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around. Ranave, did you see their game? Just a part of it. How was it? Were they talking about me? Ranave, were they talking about me? Were they like, oh, Battler would have loved this one? Ranave lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After finishing that, he finally spoke. He gave us his impressions of it. It did not... It did not have love. Therefore, I couldn't fucking see it. What do you mean, love? My apologies. That is how a woman might put it. What? As a man, one might call it dishonorable. It has no creatine. I understood what those words meant, because I was a man. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor. I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly on the surface. However, its foundation is quite different. Does it go against the rules of Beato's game? No, it does not. Lambda Delta-sama actually does understand the rules of Milady's game very well. However... Battler stood up and said thank you to Hugh Willow 2 for the resub 2. Gap, and just in case he doesn't want to play, I'll stand in for Dr. Anjo. Everyone is just replacing everyone else. Thank you, Gap. Thank you for the resubs. Battler stood up. There was no need to make Renove say anymore. Renove? Battler-kun. Sorry, Renove. I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need. What I need is to get into that fucking game. So you will go after all. Yeah. We don't need any outsiders in our game. These guys weren't even here in the beginning. Because I've been loafing around. Crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they've hijacked this game between me and Beatrice. I've got to take it back. Right now, I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Beato's game board. That means I just can't sit around here. That isn't what Beato would want. Thank you. I wanted to let this child hear those words. I'm sure she hears them. Milady is simply unable to answer. Beato lay there silently, like a living doll with dull eyes. Dull eyes? The game board she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned into a mess. If I was designated to be her opponent, then Beato must have created this game for me. I've got to take it back. Wait here. I'll go and take it back. For B, girl. Of course, Beato didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I'll have to protect it in her place. What the fuck? I love Beato now. I'll be right back. Virgilia, Renove, I'm counting on you to look after this golden sleeping beauty. Yes, leave it to us. See you later, Battler-kun. And please, in the game without this child, try to find some part of her. If you can. Then even if this child is absent, it will mean you have fought with her. You're right. I don't even know why we're fighting anymore. Battler, what's going on? It's all useless. What am I doing? Let's go. And let's take it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, witches. My break is over. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it were made out of thin glass, and then we got to hear the banger opening music again with the opening montage. God damn it. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beato so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked. What do you think you're doing? You're only coming back now? It's way too late. Like, a lot of people are dead. Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the finale. Get it? You never showed up, so I just advanced things on my own. Yeah, like you even waited for me in the first place. Burn was way more skillful and thrilling than you were, right? Shut up. I'm the player. You substitute witches can just take a step back now. Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now, but there's probably no need for you anymore. Seriously, after all, we're already at the climax. After this, Burn will probably corner me and win. What the hell? Nothing wrong with that, is there? Why don't we let him watch the final endgame? Of course. Come on over, Ushiromiya Battler. It's almost completely over, but here's the cute and elegant game I made. Episode 5. End of the Golden Witch. Now do we do it? What? Oh god. Okay. Jessica and George are dead? And Eva's alive and Hideyoshi and George are dead? Maria's dead? Rose, no, Genji, no! What the fuck? Oh, Nanjo's still alive. Thank God. What the fuck? Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. They killed someone in the guest house? The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. Well, I think I know what caused the death. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty, even pretend Dr. Nanjo. Corpse discovered in a guest room on the first floor of the mansion. He had been pierced through the back with a demon stake. Its teeth reached as far back as his lungs. Why was that hard for me to say? Because he was lying face down on the bed. Suicide must be ruled out. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room in the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but his neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's only the first twilight has happened. Corpse discovered in the servants' quarters on the first floor. Okay, wait, hold on. So these sharp. Okay, same servants' quarter. Wait, hold on. Cousin's room, guest room, cousin's room, servants' quarter. Okay, hold on. 1 second. In the first twilight, they were all killed. The first 6 were killed in the shed. No, they were killed probably in the not the parlor, in the dining room, but they were all posed together in the shed. Second twilight, they were all killed in the church, or they were all posed in the church together. Sorry, second game. Third game? Oh my god, what happened in the third game? Third game is Ava's bullshit. Oh, I don't remember where they all were in the third game. In the fourth game, we I don't think we ever even we saw that, did we? Did we even see them in the fourth game with Battler there? They were all shot in the dining room, but they were all teleported. Some people were teleported after that. Oh, the third one is the locked room chain. Okay, so they weren't all posed to the same thing. Okay. The fourth one we never got to see them all, I think. So we don't know how that actually happened. They were definitely all shot. Okay. All right. So in this one, cousin's room, Gucci gang. 4 of them were in the same room, and then you were in the guest room, and you were in the servants' quarters. Okay. But for some reason, you 5 were all sliced open, but you weren't. Stake through the heart, and you're too late. Hideyoshi's not going to say anything for the rest of this fucking game. Ava. Okay. Interesting. All right. Second day, October 5th, 1986. 1986, 10-5. Where's the music? Oh, it was upset about something. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. It's not in red, so I don't believe it. Okay, so we have a shadow chandelier. We have some rain in the background. We have some cool vibes. We're almost at 2 hours. Let's take a break now, and for no reason at all, and it's got nothing to do with the fact that I need to pee. Nothing to do with that. Thank you, Golden Kip, or sorry, Golden Clip for the resub. All the clips are golden for this read through. I've become an Umi Fuller since you took a break. Umi Pico. Thank you very much. Worst time? Peak denied? Oh man. Oh, that sucks. All right, we're back. Oh, is my microphone not muted? What the? I forgot to mute the microphone. That's crazy. We heard you gooning. Big mistake. Oh, even if the microphone is muted, you can still hear that. Here you go. As promised. Here's a picture of my kitchen cupboard with PlayStation 3 copy of Umineko. Too high for you to reach. Yeah, too high for me to reach. Exactly. Mouse is very tall. I just deleted my chat from the YouTube recording. All right, that's great. It's never coming back. Why would it delete that when I had selected something else from the different scene? That's weird. I did Control Z, that's why it came back, and now it's gone. It's a Control Z is not fixing it. Well, okay. I did 1 mile run in 10 minutes yesterday. No, you don't respect my cardio grind, but I'm proud. I respect your cardio grind. I respect the hell out of cardio. I just don't do enough myself. Cardio is really important. Good job. Control Shift Z or Control Y? Control Shift Z? Okay, is that gonna Control Shift Z? No, that didn't do it. No, it's not coming back. Just undo more times until it's back. But it was deleted. It would have came back right now, like in terms of the buffer order. Hold on, maybe it's an edit. Undo delete PS3 UmiG. Okay. Undo fit the screen. Undo add PS3 UmiG. Yeah, it's not there. It's not there. That's it. Oh well. Alright, let's continue. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. What? And the culprit is among these people. whoa, whoa. That means it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. It was you? You killed George, killed my husband? Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't. In a panic and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Natsuhi, and said it one more time. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. Who the fuck are you? You're the culprit. Ushiramiya Natsuhi-san. This is different music. Those not captured by sight. The observer without a form. Wait, what? Who's the character that is in that Rick and Morty episode that gets shot at the end with total recall or whatever? It feels like suddenly the fucking like, or Poochie, it feels like Poochie's here. It's Mr. Poopy Butthole. Fucking, like, all of a sudden, like, who the fuck is that? I don't like this song. I like the older song. I don't like change. I miss Question's arc. Oh, the shape of that. Kind of looks like the golden wing. If you look at it from the right angle and crop a bunch of it off. Alright, the older song was way better. She was just behind the camera, Joe? Fucking hell. Know what the— Really? People like that song better than the other one? The first song is way better. It's Natsuhi. Please open up. She knocked loudly and repeatedly. Natsuhi yelled. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavily sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that. She hated Domino's Pizza, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuhi flew into his arms. His father, is he— Calm yourself. Dr. Nanjo is examining him now. With an uncertain gait, if you know, you know. Whoa! Natsuhi walked toward the center of the study, supported by Kraus. That word is related to a something in a different game that I can't tell you about spoilers, okay? People in chat know. They don't have a bed fitting of the Ushiramiya family head could be seen, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. Dr. Nanjo! His father— After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. We're all just pretending Kinzo's here. Actually, this might be the when Kinzo died for real. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down asleep. He died peacefully. I don't think Kinzo-san had any regrets. And then Mr. Poopy Butthole stepped forward like, well, maybe he had some regrets. Mr. Poopy Butthole, now's not the time. How dare you disgrace the death of the family head, fucking Mr. Poopy Butthole. Nanjo, what do you think about the father? Sobbing, Natsuhi slumped over the chest of that man who had fallen into a deep sleep from which he would never awaken. Madam, please stay strong. Father, father. This is just too sudden. Fucking hell. Ah! Natsuhi couldn't stop crying over the death of the man whom she had loved like a second father. Kurosawa rubbed Natsuhi's back, consoling her. Sutaden! Kraus slumped into his late father's favorite chair. It's my chair now. By sitting there, he might have been immersed in memories of his departed father. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which he had never been able to comprehend before. And Nanjo, just as he had when Kinzo once sat in that chair, contemplating a chess move, turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. I mean, Nanjo's the one that inspected it? Like, Kinzo might still be alive. If only he'd been sick in bed for a year or so first. I do wish he could have died after a grace period during which the proper arrangements could have been made. The fuck you talking about? It's the other way around. We should be glad that he was in high spirits until the very end. At least that's true as far as public appearances are concerned. Nanjo understood that as well. Ushimiya Kinzo, who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war business world, had died. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale, and we can't afford it, and it would also be a ceremony marking Kraus's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly. Funeral diplomacy, okay, okay, and make it clear that to all of the Ushimiya families, make it clear to all that the Ushimiya family still had enormous influence in political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Kraus, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had been suddenly selected as the Ushimiya family head, when Kinzo had been lost and confused. In this way, he was able to understand Kraus's distress and sympathize with it. Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Watching this and leaving Kurosawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman, Genji returned to where Kraus was. And, as though asking what should be done, Genji lowered his head slightly. What should I do? Genji-san and I will deal with the formalities. Kraus-san, perhaps you should contact the relatives first. No, let's just pretend he's still alive for like a year or so. But Kraus, why? Fuck it, it will be fucking hilarious. Because there's gonna be a murder mystery and we need a twist in episode 4. You don't understand. Let's just do it. Fuck it, let's just do it. Thank you to Press Luigi for the resub. Hey Joe, I read Umineko once years ago, but didn't appreciate it as much as the second reading I'm experiencing through your streams. On that note, how often do you reread a story after knowing how everything was set up? Very rarely, actually, but I do want to do it with Umineko. I'm not sure how recently, like how soon after I'm done, but I do want to do that, yeah. Or maybe like the stage play would be a good way to do that. I'm not sure. Thank you, Deathly Cake, for the resub. I added Dead Angle to my playlist so I can say with certainty this is played at a bar somewhere because of your streams. Holy shit, really? Thank you for that. Oh, also Sound and Rain used a message effect, making exception to say less bit messages decree early to... Sorry, making exception to my less bit messages decree to say, yay, my favorite character is here now. Fuck yes. Nanjo? Nanjo is the all-star. Yeah, that's true. Everyone's always happy to see Nanjo. Mr. Poopy Butthole, really? Kraus, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Kraus really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them. Leave this to Dr. Nanjo and me. Kraus-sama, I suggest that you first speak with Madam. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsuhi came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on them even better than Kraus did. Starting now, you are the head of the glorious Ushimiya family. Let us show everyone inside and out that you have splendidly succeeded your father. As your wife, I, Natsuhi, am prepared to serve you until the day our coffins are laid down alongside each other. Natsuhi needs to calm the fuck down. Kraus, trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. When Kraus finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh. Please, stay strong. There are a great many people who will plan to devour everything father has left behind, and as the head of the Ushimiya family, and as the Ushimiya family head, you must be strong, for now we must fight to protect father's honor and wealth. That is the first responsibility of the Ushimiya head. I understand. I do understand. However, what if we protect... Dr. Nanjo, Genji, please take care of the legal and funeral arrangements. Especially you, Genji. I ask that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be a fitting one for father. Certainly. And Dr. Nanjo, father didn't pass away in a hospital, so... Indeed, an autopsy might be required depending on circumstances. Can't you do something about that? Even though he has passed away, father's body is precious. Any damage done to it would not be acceptable. What the fuck? I understand how you feel. However, it is also important to deal with these matters properly. And I don't really know how to say this, but several of the relatives might make things difficult. Yes? Who knew how those vultures after the inheritance might try to find fault with them? They might claim to have found some reason to suspect the cause of death, using that as a point of contention and start some trouble, which is why we hid him in the fucking furnace room for a year. Man, your headache's gonna get a lot worse, huh? Right now, it was important not only to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but also to solidify the position of the new family head, Kraus. Understood. Please keep it to an absolute minimum. Make sure that Father's dignity is not damaged, even by mistake. And then Kraus said, hold my fucking sake. This will be fine. Do not worry. In any event, leave Kinzo-san to us and stay by Kraus-san's side. Things will start to get quite difficult from here on out. I understand. And you too, dear. Please stay strong. Kraus is still staring blankly at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. Okay, I don't know if this is on purpose, but this scene is fucking hilarious. This is so funny. She understood the shock and heavy responsibility he bore. Natsuhi understood her husband's feelings as much as anyone. I will contact the relatives. Please rest for the time being. Kraus didn't respond. Natsuhi, thinking him to be just a bit unreliable at the moment, decided she must offer her support. Seeing her husband like this actually spurred Natsuhi to action, and a resolute expression rose to her face. Things will get busy from now on. Let's start by doing whatever we can right now. I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with father. We should step out for a moment. Good point. After all, this will probably be the last time he gets that chance. Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. Everyone agreed with Kuwasawa's words. Even so, Kraus continued to blankly gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsuhi urged the servants to go. I'll go talk to Jessica too. That child is now the successor to the headship. I'll make sure to tell her to be fully prepared. Wait. And then, doing his best Joe impression, Kraus said, but what if we don't? Is anyone else a bit skeeved by Joe making light of Kinzo's death? I expect this kind of smearing of a self-made traditional man after his death from the seething betas in his community. You think you can't be a good man unless you're a loser, but it's disappointing to see Joe take part in it after pledging to be a male role model. This is just like what happened with the Pope. Kinzo is like the Pope. As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. I'm reading some subtexts of the Koro post there that Koro is has maybe had a couple of posts recently taken literally and thought that that's actually what they thought, and needs to like learn to throw in some like absurd breadcrumbs at the end just to hammer home at the end, hey, I'm kidding. Anyway, let's keep going. As they each started to make their way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking. Yes? Wait. Yeah? And she already stopped walking just like her husband had asked. But despite that, he told her once again to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsuhi understood that he probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side. The rest of you downstairs, I have a Pope fetish, fuck off. The rest of you downstairs, I will stay with my husband. Please call on us on the phone if anything happens. Certainly. Wait, I thought I told you to wait! When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Look at me, I'm the Kinzo now. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuhi ran up to him. What's wrong, dear? Have I said something rude? If so, please forgive me. No, that's not it. That's not it. Wait a second, give me some time. Yes, I understand. It's important to sort things out inside your heart. We were just going to leave this place in silence to give you some time, okay? And I'm telling you to wait before doing that. Listen up, no one move. Not even an inch. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. It's more than an inch away, so just stay quiet and don't talk, don't do anything. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Natsuhi couldn't hide her slight surprise at this behavior, which almost made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsuhi told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on the sofa a short distance off, approached her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice. Honey, what the fuck are you doing? If you order it, I will wait however long you ask. I won't move. So please, try and calm yourself. No, that's not it. Was it really blood, or was he actually being possessed? Krause's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsuhi became certain that Krause was Kinzo's son after all, and that he was the true successor, more suitable than any other person. And her heart swelled. Natsuhi, activate weekend at Kinzo's. Come here. Krause stood up and headed toward the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsuhi realized he must have something secret to discuss. Yes, dear? What is it? Father dying is bad. Yeah? But he has already passed away. We cannot turn back time. Or can we? That's not it. It's bad that it happened now. What do you mean? I've been putting father's fortune up as collateral. I won't be able to hide it when the division of the inheritance comes into question. Happy Maria? What? Collateral, you say? How much? You remember how I helped out Kondo-kun back in Melody Land? Building condos? What the fuck are you talking about? Didn't I tell you to break ties with that person? I thought you said you'd refused him. Why? There is such a thing as a man's honor. I couldn't refuse. I refused to explain. Krause claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsuhi knew that he most often used this as an excuse for when he reluctantly went along with some deal that he just couldn't refuse. That wouldn't be a problem if we had plenty of money on hand. But didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to turn this island into a resort? Yeah, I did. And there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the way. If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my hands. You need money to repay people. That's how business works, yeah? You need money to make money. You can't even get started without money. Fuck it. And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there hadn't been problems with the planning company. I made contact with a government official in the city. I even got the governor's word that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. The groundwork I laid was completely perfect. Random chance and bad timing were against me. It was just a bit of bad luck. Like a traffic accident. By Truck-kun, there was no accident. It was fraud. You were tricked. They were never drawing up plans to turn this island into a resort in the first place. That's not true. Hijikata-kun's vision was simply overflowing with foresight. Can I have a live Nancho, Kenji, and Kumasawa reaction right now? Being like, all three of them drinking water like fucking Jesse Pinkman? The way his eyes always focus on the whole world in the future taught me that things I always believed to be mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible. Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future. You heard him say that too, right? Yes, I heard, and I think I remember telling you that I thought that after we returned home. I said that he was suspicious, that he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground, and that you must not have any further relations with him. Ichikata-kun is a wonderful, pleasant young man. One could learn a lot from the way he lives. I can respect him despite his youth. I won't have you insulting him. That's what you said about the whole moon tours. Oh, wait, what? You kept saying it was a visionary and that it looked to the future, that it had high aspirations. Like the moon? And that what was the end result? Eventually, you yourself admitted that it was utter nonsense, right? I was sure something was wrong ever since that strange man showed up claiming to be a high-ranking NASA official. Okay, it actually means the literal moon. That foreigner was nothing more than an international swindler. Meanwhile, Battler looking on, now I can use the moon as part of my fucking crackpot theories. Both Mr. Sonizaki and I were victims in that case. Right now, his vision isn't mistaken. In the future, there will surely come a time when the richest people in the world will develop a liking for space travel, and the very first enterprise in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. That viewpoint is not mistaken. I defend my moon investment. There was simply a group of international swindlers who were trying to take advantage of that fact and deceive investors across the world. Meanwhile, Kinzo dead in the room, and I'm trying to tell you that this Sonizaki man was one of them too. Just how gullible are you? Why do you always just accept these suspicious offers without any doubts? Take that back. Mr. Sonosaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. I'm not old. There's nothing suspicious about him. Because the dreams he speaks of anticipate the future, they sound crazy to people who can't see into the future. A woman like you can't see into the future. Yes, a woman like me can't see into the future, but I can see the present. Right in front of me, I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by the sly, double-crossing swindlers and still trust them implicitly even after he's been tricked. Shut your mouth. You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. Don't try to butt in on your husband's job. A wife should be satisfied with doing housework. Keep your mouth shut. Okay, so Kraus is an idiot? What? He's so stupid? What the fuck? I did not see that coming. I thought maybe he might be a little slow or not as good as the other children, but holy fuck, he's so stupid. This is like me explaining to my ex why I sold that crap we inherited from her grandma on a Patreon to fund a series of essays on the witch. Oh yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. Speaking of funding, thank you to SerialX Uwu for the resub. Thank you very much. Hello back, and thank you Krootler for another 1,000 bits. I despise the bullshit anime scenes more than you do, Joe, and the new girl is my favorite character. I waited so long for streams to reach her. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Without another word, Natsuhi fell silent just as Kraus had hoped she would. She was already far beyond anger and sadness, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Kraus, who had been in awe of Kinzo since he was very young, had started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushimiya family's long history. The best time to drop Umi was yesterday, the next best time is now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just drop it right now. That talent was a gift from heaven. And now it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. To give the two of them a chance to talk alone, Natsuhi told the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and they left the room for the time being. Then she invited Kraus to her bedroom and made him tell her everything about the current financial situation. These were things that Natsuhi hadn't been told about, under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. and as the conversation went on, Natsuhi's heart sunk lower and lower, and her headache developed into a migraine, into a fucking cluster headache, into an actual literal manifestation of a bomb that now lives in her head as she realized how fucking stupid her husband actually is, and the situation that they're in. Holy shit. Natsuhi had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matters. However, this might have also meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsuhi. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsuhi noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. When she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time. The sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Oh, they're proper fucked. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, sumari, there would be a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kinzo, Ava, and the others must not learn of such a thing. Therefore, Kraus had been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method. Did Kinzo not send you to school or anything? I signed over the deeds and the power of attorney. And what does that mean? What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to his assets. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would still have some leeway under the law. He would have to deal with a bank which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would be able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In other words, sumari, even the mansion they were living in, if the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Far from using collateral for a loan, this is basically the same thing as selling their house to borrow money. In other words, Sumari, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Ushimiya family as they please. If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim, we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we? That is technically true. However, everyone I have had dealings with is very reputable, including the moon tourism person. This isn't a consumer financing. It's a transaction based on the trust between economically literate men. I trust them, and they in turn trust that by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investment. I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain success of my business. What happens if I hesitate now? Wouldn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own business? If you were such a successful businessman, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? Natsuhi only barely stopped herself from saying that. Father is dead. What happens next? Will your debt be exposed to the light of day, and will your siblings hold you responsible? That won't be all. It will probably lead to criminal charges. Criminal charges? Why is that? It's better if you don't know. Dude, I think it's better if she does know. Anyway, this must not be learned of by anyone. Kraus looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He's probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survival. Kraus had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses, and that he would definitely gain huge profits. So he had figured that even if he had stepped over a few illegal lines, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This may have been the factor that lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred, and they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long. What will happen to us? There's no need to worry. You may not believe it, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now. The value of the city real estate I invested in will rise rapidly. Right now I'm working on a project to integrate those and construct a massive business tower. This will be the most reliable of all my investments so far and will prove to be the most successful. However, it will take a little more time for that to bear fruit. It's absolutely certain, but that doesn't mean it will happen now. Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? I mean, I have concepts of paying down the debt. Of course it will. I'll be able to wipe out all the debt I've accumulated so far. So have faith in me. I only need a little more time. But father is already dead. We don't have that kind of time anymore, do we? Unless... I know that. That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off these debts right now. Anyway, I need money. Money, a lot of it, right now! Arrgh. As Kraus roared and clutched at his head, he writhed about as if in pain. Is it going to be Natsuhi's idea to do weekend at Kinzo's? As she watched, several emotions swirled about Natsuhi's chest. Her emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband while also feeling that he was a fool. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret toward her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation. And yet, he had carelessly waited for this moment to come and was now writhing about it. Her husband was so foolish and so pitiful. What was also the Ushimiya family, it would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. However, she was his wife. For a wife, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she should do, since there had been such a massive amount of money within arm's reach. It was only natural that Kraus had tried to dip his hands into it. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on all of it. But that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushimiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushimiya family for her whole life. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart. That's right, father's hidden gold. 10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen. If I had that, that's right, if I had that, all our problems would be solved. In fact, I could even start some more businesses and I could get more money by lending against the gold that I have. Natsuhi, that's it, the witch's epitaph. Let's solve that, let's solve it together. If we can find the gold, everything will work itself out. That's right, it must be hidden somewhere on this island. If we had that. That hurts, dear, but please stop it. Kraus, acting as excited as if he'd thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arms tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She wasn't just taken aback because she'd heard him bring up something as fake sounding as the hidden gold. This was Kraus, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold, saying it didn't exist and that it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Okay, hold on. This is a year, 6 months before the events? What did it say what date it was? But then he takes her into that room on episode 1 and shows her the gold? The gold bar? What? Huh. That was why Natsuhi was doubly taken aback. Yes, let's have Jessica help us too. Maybe some things can only be solved with a child's sensitivity. This is a family crisis. All of us have to stick together. Yes, it's a fanciful riddle that Father created. We should be able to solve it, and there's no reason we wouldn't be able to solve it. It's the only way. Oh, Natsuhi, this is wonderful. We still have an option left, and right here next to us. The gold is on this island. And if we had it, every one of our problems would be solved. Wow. Natsuhi, call Jessica here right away. Let's overcome this family crisis together. Yes, right now. The gold is on this island. It's right beside us. Wow. Unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in his excitement, Natsuhi knocked Kraus aside. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped down onto the floor. Please get a hold of yourself, and please calm down. Do you really think that this Ushirimiya family crisis could be solved by something as dreamlike as that? Natsuhi, please cool your head and think of a realistic plan to gather money. I'm going to cool my head as well. Wait, Natsuhi. Maybe he had come to his senses the instant he fell over. Kraus tried to tell Natsuhi to stop, but she just kept walking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsuhi dashed away. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Genji. My deepest apologies. Madam, have you been injured? I'm fine. Leave me alone. Certainly. Oh, Genji. How are things going in Father's study? It's just as you left it, except me, I moved. Although Dr. Nanjo is in the parlor. Is that so? Do you have the key to the study? Yes, right here. Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with Father. If my husband asks where I am, tell him you don't know. Certainly. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuhi rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, finally let out a wail and cried. And then she hallucinated Kinzo rising up from the dead, like a pizza in the oven, and giving her the idea to pretend that he's still alive. And look, I am still alive, Natsuhi. You bear the golden eagle on your thing. This is what you have to do. And then Natsuhi went, whoa. Father, please forgive our foolishness. My husband and I aren't capable of inheriting all that you created. Please, please, forgive us for our foolishness and our crimes. And if you can forgive us, please guide the way for us fools. Clinging to Kinzo as she slept in the bed. Slept? No, it's he! Oh my god, fucking hell, I thought she was sleeping in the bed. Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuhi cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, Father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely, he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations came true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsuhi begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps the soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsuhi begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Noisy woman. Don't I always say that I value silence? Huh? That voice made Natsuhi jump up in surprise. Dr. Nanjo, it's a miracle! When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, holding up his reading glasses. Kinzo pulled through! Did you get in a fight with Kraus again? Neglecting his wife like that Kraus only inherited my bad traits. For Father, what a wretched-looking face. Wash it. Aren't you the wife of the successor of the Ushirimiya family? You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression. Yes, Father. My apologies. Natsuhi understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsuhi created out of her desire to speak with the memory of Kinzo as he once was. No, that wasn't it. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seems that at the instant the family headship was passed on, the family had reached a crisis. Yes, father. I wasn't able to support my husband. How were you not aware of what Kraus was doing? Were you in really such a bad state? Because they lied about how like you were like still in, you know, such in great spirits and still full of life and everything, but you could still die in 6 months. Like maybe you were really bad. No, it said that you were like doing like public events and shit. I don't know. I am truly very sorry. Oh. Ushirimiya family is so very cursed. It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship too. That makes your suffering seem almost cute in comparison. Kinzo's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Ushirimiya main family. But then one day, he took his shoes off at the pool, and someone saw how many toes he had. Oh my god, you can take over now. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but Kinzo had nothing to do with that. Then, the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to revive the Ushirimiya family. They then found a common ground and selected Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head, and most importantly, extra toes. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushirimiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions. Yes, I know a lot about your days of suffering, father. And then, the war started. At the time, I was already tired of life. I hoped I would die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. However, the state of the war grew... Did you find gold in the war? However, the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for the decisive battle of the Japanese mainland seemed to grow ever closer. As terrible as it may sound, I prayed for that day to come quickly. After listening to the approaching footsteps of that Reaper a day in and day out, it is said that Kinzo started cutting his ties with this world one by one. And then, on that day when he had severed all his regrets, when he reached a state of enlightenment, it is said that he had a mystical experience. It is said that he met her, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I made a contract with the witch and was given the power of gold and madness. On that day, the old me died, and a new me possessing the insane power of magic was born. I know. And after the war, you used your ingenious cunning to revive the Ushirimiya family. No, it was all black magic and bullshit. The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time, had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo has stood out after the war. Is it even the same person? Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. If you wanted to describe the mystical experience following all that as a meeting with a witch, that claims certainty shouldn't be dismissed out of hand. Okay, I don't feel like I read that one right. Sorry, that's right. You returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became head of the Ushirimiya family in the truest sense. Correct. Before I met Vitorici, I was nothing more than a puppet, only the head in her name. I only became the head after conquering the Golden Witch. Conquering... Father, will this Golden Witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head? Fuck no, yeah, she will, assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship. What do you mean by truly succeeded? I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushirimiya family head in the truest sense. Natsuhi, you should understand this. The headship is not inherited by blood. It is inherited through spirit and conviction. Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called the true head if he does not possess these things. And if that spirit were to dwell in a human, even someone other than Kraus, they would make a splendid new head. Beatrice will lend her power to that true head. Isn't that right, Beatrice? Saying head a lot, bruv. Ooh. When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. I love the music in this VN. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuhi stared at the scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then the witch of the portrait appeared. Indeed. I am the Ushiramiya family alchemist, the golden witch Beatrice. I am free to run rampant. I listen to no one's orders. I'm an agent of fucking chaos, and there's only one person in the world who can control her. Me. And I'm dead. That is why I'm qualified to be the Ushiramiya family head. So, it's that pride of yours that qualifies you? Pride requires self-confidence and bravery, and is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain power to match those traits. That is why I control you. Watching men who speak of pride turn those desires into reality can be quite pleasant, can it? The quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky. A true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have, and he makes that pride a reality without fail. If one is to control me, they must possess such a monarch's pride. Do you understand, Natsuhi? A true monarch fears no hardship. They declare that they will overcome anything without fail. I mean, I feel like that's what Kraus was trying to do with his moon tourism. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Even if they haven't yet figured out how, this gives hope to the weak. They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him. This is where power is gained and his word is carried out. Engrave that into your heart. Yes, father. Fake it until you make it. Okay, Natsuhi understood. Kinzo's YouTube Manosphere arc would have gone hard. Holy shit. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo is telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up to her in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch. In other words, Sumari, the true head of the Ushiramiya family, must not fear hardship. Such a person must believe they can overcome any hardship. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they'll have no chance of overcoming their challenges. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she'd entered this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do. I was foolish. Of course there's no time for crying when an Ushiramiya family crisis is upon us. And now that we have inherited the Ushiramiya family from you, father, we must protect its honor no matter what. Which is why we're going to pretend that you're still alive until everything blows over. Oh, even though you can't even draw a blueprint on how to repay Kraus's debts? Don't bring blueprints into this. Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi wasn't confused anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Yes. At this moment, I have not yet discovered the method we should pursue. However, my husband is the new head of the Ushiramiya family, and I am his supporting wife. So I will proclaim it in my husband's place. Let us hear it. Ushiramiya Kraus and Natsuhi will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Ushiramiya family. You have nothing to worry about, father. Do you know the scope of Kraus's debt, as well as the horrible state things are in? Did you? Yes. If the worst happens and we are ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, we won't be able to refuse. During the distribution of the inheritance, the relatives might even file a criminal complaint. However, there is no need to worry. We will repay all the debts before then and restore our honor. As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuhi proclaimed this clearly with Ushiramiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away. How vexing. Why could this person have been my son? Man, Natsuhi's super drunk. The very fact that a woman with such a disposition married your son is another sign of your great luck. Toriichi, this is my final order. Now that you're no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders. Oh, in that case, obey the orders of the new Ushiramiya family head. You are no longer the head, and Kraus is not yet the head. Whom are you suggesting that I serve? I will leave that to you. It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Ushiramiya family head and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle. You will ensure that is so. I refuse. I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head. No, this is different. This is a will. The last order that the head left behind for you. Cackle-ee. And it seems I will have to obey. After all, I can be quite accommodating. Liar. Yeah, I was about to say, no, you can't. Oh, you're only doing this because it caught your interest, aren't you? I can't hide anything from you, can I? Natsuhi. Yes, father. Go and overcome your hardship. Yes. That might have seemed like a mere response to Natsuhi, but to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to be something of much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with a motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi. The Ushimiya family alchemist, the golden witch Beatrice, is present. I shall give you my aid to assist the Ushimiya family in overcoming another crisis. Thank you. I will need your power. We will most certainly overcome these trials. I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there's something I must warn you about beforehand. I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to grant you a vast quantity of gold, like I did when I saved Kinzo from his crisis. However, that is something I cannot do. Is that so? Sorry, Natsuhi. Beatrice's gold came from a contract limited to my generation. It was agreed that it could only be passed on to another if that person solves the witch's epitaph. The gold is sealed away by the epitaph. As long as that is not solved, you cannot be given the golden magic. I understand. Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis. Okay. Get some of the jackhammers that were used to build the fucking house next door and just start prying through all the floorboards throughout the mansion and the chapel until you fucking find it. What are you doing? My husband said his plan would take time, but he also said that it would surely be sufficient to repay our debts. If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this trial. Good, Natsuhi. Continue. But Kinzo is already dead. The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral. You were about to contact the family members. By your own hand, you will bring an end to this ploy for time. Cackle, cackle. How charming is the guillotine? I hate it when people say guillotine. This is the guillotine where you lower the blade yourself. Startled, Natsuhi looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there. But even so, Natsuhi had found something. So, the magical power has descended. Natsuhi. Streamer is wrong. Streamer doesn't want to be right. It's guillotine. It's guillotine. It's not guillotine. It's guillotine. Natsuhi, have you made up your mind? What magic of miracles do you desire from me? Once again, all of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were gathered in the study. Kraus was still impatient and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression. Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain? Oh, man. Yes. Give it a year. No, just half a year, and it will certainly bear fruit. It's just impossible to hope for anything right now. Then we will wait. But you said it yourself. Father is already dead. Father has not passed away. He's still there, as healthy as ever. When Natsuhi said this, everyone jumped and looked up, because they instantly understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away. He's so dumb! Kraus alone didn't get it right away and asked her. What do you mean by that? Father is already, in reality, right there. And then Nanjo pulled him aside and was like, I was a little hasty with my examination. He's fine, don't worry about it. It's okay. Kraus, off the bed. The grown-ups are talking. I will say it again. Father is still in good health. Let's get your pacifier with a yen sign on the end to get you tucked in. All right, there you go. All right, do you want a bedtime story? Do you want me to read you the stock market? Is it up or down today? Here we go. Let's look at our finances. All right, are you asleep? Okay, this is a good boy. All right, Natsuhi, what the fuck are we doing? I will say it again. Father is in good health. He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual. Because of this, we must handle all external affairs ourselves, so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks. In short, Sumari, nothing will change from the way things have been. Do you understand, Genji? Yes. The furniture of the One-Winged Eagle will continue to serve the master. Kumasawa, and you, Dr. Nanjo, do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, is that truly alright, Natsuhi-san? It may be true that Father passed away today, but if everyone right now believes, we can revive Father with magic. It's impossible, madam. That's just too much. The time of death will be made clear during the autopsy. We can't stop it from looking suspicious. Father will not pass away, so there'll be no reason for there to be an autopsy. Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Kinzo would live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Kraus could repay his debts. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to rest in peace. Nanjo reportedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsuhi kept saying that this wouldn't be a problem. Father will not pass away by being reported dead. I see. He'll be reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists. Yes. Once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish our preparations for laying Father to rest, we will then announce that Father has disappeared. Rokkenjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success and then be forced to report his disappearance. If he disappears, we can file a report of his death, even without a corpse. In other words, Sumari, we can hide him long enough to have him declared legally dead. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo? There won't be any problems that way. Yes, that might work, and I'm just on board to just commit this very high crime because I'm Nanjo, motherfucker, and that's just what I do. That's how I roll. Is this really okay, madam? If we stay silent, I'm sure we could keep the master's death a secret. However, if we were to slip up even once and let someone find out... Kuwasawa, don't be so loud. Father is sleeping right over there, correct? Are you trying to wake him? She's good. It isn't a corpse. It's an ocean. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsuhi said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. Oh god, that was bright. Oh, it is bright. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? What sort of life did you enjoy? Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kinzo's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales that have been told over and over since long ago, Kinzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Father! Dominoes! Natsuhi, let me first make one thing clear. I did not coax you into doing this because of my attachment to life. You liar. Don't tell me you didn't anticipate this at least a little. How does it feel, Kinzo? How is your body? It isn't bad, but it feels somewhat like being in a dream. I feel light. You're a being that wasn't permitted to remain in this world, yet you still remain here. Alright, what's going in all the scenes when fucking Kinzo is like screaming from inside the study, Genji, I will only speak to Genji, and then Genji goes upstairs and just like pretends to have himself a fucking drink while looking out the window. Like, what are those scenes all about? Don't start complaining about a little discomfort now. Until the conference, they yes-anded themselves into being abused by this fucking ghost in the study. And they're going in and having like one-to-one fake conversation. Like, is your body truly alright? Is it really okay? Actually, it feels quite pleasant. If this is what the world after death feels like, playing the ghost might not be half bad. How is this, Natsuhi? Kinzo has revived. That means a funeral is unnecessary. Your hardship has been resolved. Beatrice. As Natsuhi tried to find words of gratitude amidst her confusion, Beatrice waggled her pointer finger and spoke. There is no need for thanks. A ruler is allowed to be proud. I will not pay heed to requests, but I will follow orders. Even so, I'll say it. Thank you. This way, you've bought some time for my husband. We will handle the rest. Be warned, Natsuhi. Kinzo may have revived, but that is not an eternal thing. It will only continue as long as my magic does. Be warned that the magic-resisting toxin might destroy the magic. You must understand the laws of magic correctly and work hard to maintain it. I can show you a miracle, but it is your role to grasp it and hold it. Of course, we definitely won't neglect the miracle you have given us. Very well. Yes, it would appear masters need to be changed out every once in a while, just like floor mats. Cackle, cackle. I like it. I shall serve you. Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice. Call my name whenever you wish. I shall appear and grant you a miracle. Thank you. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will employ you in the honor of the Ushiromiya family. The family conference of the previous year, October 5th, 1985. Oh God, they kept this up the charade for 2 family conferences? They did Weekend at Kinzo's 1 and 2? Holy shit. Thank you, Sweaty Sink Pisser, for the new sub. The fuck? Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. And thank you, Nightmarish, for the resub too. Nanjo is down with any plan as long as Natsuhi and Kraus use the tadpole powers. Down, down, down. But Kinzo jockey, Kinzo, fucking hell. The rose garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy, as if competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsuhi could be seen. What? Once again, the flowers have grown wonderfully this year. It must be the result of your care. Thank you very much. The weather just happened to be good this year. Thanks to your care, the garden is even more beautiful than usual. Good work. Thank you very much. Kinzo cares now. If today weren't so special, we might have been able to admire the roses while enjoying some black tea. Kinzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, none of the news had been good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation on the topic of Kinzo's remaining life and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance. Those people are quite unpleasant. By the way, what about Kraus? Is that debt repayment plan of his proceeding well? It does seem to be a realistic plan. However, it's a plan on quite a large scale and doesn't seem to be bearing fruit quite as well as he expected. If possible, I would have hoped to have had that resolved before today's family conference. Yes, my apologies. Are you sure you're okay, Kinzo? Casually walking around in a place like that? How had she gotten up there? Well, it's fairly pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun. Those relatives are like a massive lump of the magic-resistant toxin, and they'll be intruding in on us. If you bump into them, your soul will evaporate in an instant. Humph. I'm already dead. Evaporating would be no detriment. We can't have that happen. Please, for the sake of the Ushimiya family, lend us your strength just a little longer. Natsuhi, it seems the boat carrying the relatives has left the harbor. Perhaps it's about time to bring an end to this walk of yours. Is that so? Thank you. Please return to the study, Father. My, how tiresome to go back inside when the weather is this perfect. Don't grumble, Kinzo. Right now, you're nothing more than a ghost I gave life to. It'll be troublesome for both me and Natsuhi if you're scattered away by the toxin. Just be a good boy, shut yourself away in the study, and wrap a blanket around yourself or something. Cackle, cackle. Hum. Merely receiving the chance to enjoy these roses after death makes me an extremely fortunate man. I understand. I shall return to the study. But I would like some black tea. Kanon, tell Genji to bring me some. Perhaps some Marco Polo would do well today. Certainly. And let us go our separate ways. Natsuhi, you must conduct the family conference splendidly in my absence. Of course, Father. You can't stay in front of them, but my husband is already the Ushimiya family head, and I will do all I can to ensure that I don't embarrass him as his wife. Compared to Kraus, who's had a stomachache since this morning. The amount that they are infantilizing Kraus here is incredible. He has a stomach ache. Oh, he's a little tummy. Is it hurting? Oh my fucking god. Shit, man. I had a stomach ache this morning. You are so very composed, Natsuhi. My son is quite hopeless. My husband is talented in his own way. Supporting him where he's weak is my duty as his wife. Indeed, carry out your task with precision. I'll make sure to stay shut away so that I don't get in the way of this farce. Kanon, go with Father to the study, and then have Genji prepare some black tea. I'm not so senile that I need your help to stand up. Here I go. Refusing Kanon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kinzo rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. Kanon wasn't there though, so they let Kanon and Shannon know? Alright, the retired head left everything in Natsuhi's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace. They brought more people in on it. You're looking well. You possess a sense of dignity reminiscent of Kinzo's deceased wife. I wonder how many times Kraus has accidentally let it slip that his dad's dead in all his fucking business meetings. Just want you to know, keep it between yourself, but there's a new head, if you know what I mean. Like, Can't you know what? Elbow. Like, sir, we're on the phone. I can't see your elbow. Well, you know, is it bedtime yet? My tummy hurts. Bye. And you possess a sense of dignity reminiscent of Kinzo's deceased wife. On the off chance that the magic-resistant toxin does reach father, will the magic dissolve in an instant? Indeed, in the blink of an eye. I can vanish whenever I please, but if someone already dead, such as Kinzo, loses his form, he'll be instantly tossed away like dust by the winds of the sun. You must take care. Yes, I understand. You may have talent as a witch. The magic-resistant toxin has been building up in your system over the years, and yet you are still able to understand magic. If you and I had met during your youth, you might have become a powerful witch by now. I am the wife of Ushimura Kraus, the family head. I would become even a witch or a demon to protect his honor. She says that when she wants to protect Jessica in episode 1. I am deeply grateful for the power of your magic. I wouldn't have been able to protect the honor of the Ushimi family without you. Heito, Kraus here. I understand that the issue of father must be dealt with, but please understand that my stomach aches. In addition, my wife has been too stressed out lately to give me upsies. So I've been rather perturbed. Please understand if my naps are prolonged as of late. What the fuck? Let's discuss that at another time. I'd like to enjoy it with just the two of us women drinking tea. A friend of mine who went to Sri Lanka. Oh, I know where that is! It's to the south of India. She sent me some black tea with a wonderful rose fragrance. Oh, you mean Dimbula? That isn't bad. Then you should also have some patas on the side. You must serve me some as a reward if I manage to trick everyone for this entire family conference. It's a promise. Understood, I promise. Then I'll see you later. Yes, later. The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into the thin air, fucking off. Natsuhi watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. And then there were none left in the rose garden. And then there were none. Smash. No? Okay then, it's break time. No, we got another 40 minutes. Wait, you cooked this up? I thought this was outside of the scope of your game. Bullshit. I thought this was like a set in stone canon event, that this is what happened before. Oh, fuck off. What? Oh, fucking hell. Got any complaints so far? You know what? I could use this little break. Let's have a little mini break. Reading's hard, and I would like to pee. I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be right back in like a short break, 3 minutes. Here you go. How is the microphone still not? Why is it not muted? Why is my hotkeys not working? Ooh, where did my hotkeys go? Okay, now they're working. Why was 4 working, but 1 wasn't working? That's weird. Anyway, we're back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Stop bringing up 100 line. Plunger check? What do you mean? Like I have a plunger? Yeah. Thank you, Dare Tomatin Toaster for the bits. I've been on HRT for a couple months now, and recently I noticed my breasts having visibly started to grow for the first time. Of course, looking in the mirror, my immediate reaction was to shout, "What are these boobs?" Thanks to the streams, Joe. Nice. Congratulations. Nice. Do you have a fire extinguisher? Yeah, I got the fire extinguisher the same day that I got the plunger. Yeah, I've had a fire extinguisher for a while now. Yeah. Okay, apparently we're a little under halfway through today's the amount that we're reading for today. So going to be a bit longer stream that I was anticipating, to be honest. That's okay. I feel like I got some more reading stamina left in me, but I'll see if I start to wilt at some point. Okay then, it's break time. Got any complaints so far? None at all. If you have to pee, why not just go and do it? I just did. What a rude thing to say. Kinzo is already dead, right? But he's walking around and talking, isn't he? Doesn't that mean this is magic? Of course, I doubt this move would work on you after all this time, Burn. What about you, Battler? Isn't this weird? Don't you have to accept the existence of magic, the magic that revived Kinzo? If you're trying to imitate Beato, it's pissing me off, so stop it right now. Giggle. Figured it out? Then come on, how are you gonna get answer, Battler? Kinzo was just out for a stroll. Why not act like you always do and start holding your head crying, this makes no sense? Come on, use that old, it's all useless catchphrase and then give me one of your classic nonsensical counter-arguments. There's no way a human is supposed to be dead to be walking around, right? Is this all because of some unknown virus called the Rokken syndrome that causes mass delusions? Or do the scales of a mysterious form of butterfly that only lives on Rokken happen to be hallucinogenic? Or is it all because the mysterious secret organization called the Mountain Dogs made an as of yet undiscovered drug called Purpuru Pico Pio, which causes mass delusion? Yeah, okay, thank you for the solution. I'll take any of those. Let me hear tons of this wonderful crap. Yeah. Just shut up. This isn't even a problem. Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists. The only reason he's able to act like he's alive like this is because of Aunt Natsuhi's lie, her attempt to make it through the family conference while hiding grandfather's death. Oh? It's Natsuhi's lie? You could revive the dead by lying? Wouldn't that make it Natsuhi's magic? This world is like a bronze tube before you've looked in it. It's the world of the cat box before you open it. As long as Aunt Natsuhi says she took a walk with grandfather, and as long as no one can confirm that it's a lie, it's possible to display Aunt Natsuhi taking a walk in the rose garden with grandfather as Natsuhi's reality. That means it's possible for grandfather to appear. Clap, clap, clap. The extremely unflattering applause was coming from Berncastle. Bravo. You're much calmer without Beato around. Quiet. You shut up too. He's mad. Wait a second, Battler. According to your theory, sure, it might really be possible for Kinzo to appear if Natsuhi is the only person there. If Natsuhi claims to have observed Kinzo in a world with no one except Natsuhi in it, then no one can deny it, right? But Kanon was in the same place, and he was also looking at Kinzo, right? How would you explain that? That's no problem at all. Kanon-kun is a servant who works for the Ushirimiya family, and Natsuhi probably ordered him to keep her story so that she could hide grandfather's death. Because of that, Kanon can see grandfather even though he shouldn't exist, just like Aunt Natsuhi can. I'm sorry, did you actually expect that to work? What? Too bad, Lambda. Battler isn't gonna fall for that kind of child's play anymore. Seems so. Well, this is nothing more than an opening before the games really started. Like an aperitif before a meal. An appetizer at a bar. Green tea at a sushi restaurant. Shut up. So we aren't gonna get anywhere unless I say it again in blue text, huh? Looks like it. Would you mind? The reason grandfather is strolling around like nothing happened even though he's already dead is that people who want to make it seem as though he's alive create an illusion of him. People who think the same way can share in that illusion. Then they'll talk as though grandfather actually exists and was with them until a second ago. That's why he's strolling around like it's perfectly natural. Because of this, the illusion of grandfather is unable to appear in front of people who aren't in on this with Aunt Natsuhi. That's why they made up the story of him shutting himself away in his study and refusing to come out. In the games before now, grandfather has always locked himself up in his study. We never met him directly. Okay, does that mean Battler, like, was privy to the scenes in episode 1 before? Like, who's seeing those? There were a bunch of scenes in episode 1 where Battler wasn't even there, and we still saw them, but, like, we weren't being shown scenes at that point through this Velvet Room bullshit. So, what's the context for those? I think even back then I was like, who are we right now? However, some people said things that make us think he was locked up in a study in a bad mood, such as claiming to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted their statements and believed that grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of grandfather to exist in the study. That's right, in the games before now, the only people who met grandfather were Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsuhi, and the servants. Because they all stuck to the same story, an illusion of grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive. You even showed us a scene at the beginning of this game, where Aunt Natsuhi convinced Dr. Nanjo and the rest to cover up grandfather's death. I'm not gonna fall for a cheap trick like that after all this time. Well, not bad, but I was hoping for the unknown drug Puru Pico Pio. Huyo. There's no way he says something so ridiculous, right? After all, supposing that such a thing exists would be just as bad as surrendering to the fantasy genre. Yeah, we'd be in VLR. We'd be on the moon, and Kraus would be like, finally, my investment paid off. Whether it's like a virus or a drug or an illness, anything that hasn't been discovered yet is in violation of Nox's fourth commandment. What do you mean, fourth commandment? What do you mean, Nox? Nox is fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or difficult to understand scientific devices to be used. The rule states that such things can't be used during a murder. What the hell? Unknown drug X and unknown scientific device X should be the best kinds of weapons to use when fighting against a witch. That's what I'm talking about. All of those violate the rules of a proper mystery. Supposing an unknown virus, an unknown drug, an unknown sickness, or an unknown XXX, whoa, was used puts it totally in the fantasy genre. My weeb, you're a witch! My condolences. If that was your theory, then it's game over for you. Giggle, giggle. Hey, what are you talking about? You think you've been fighting in direct opposition to Beato, but that's not actually true. You haven't been in direct opposition. You've been fighting along with her from a slightly different angle. All this playing detective you've done hasn't been fantasy versus mystery. It's only been fantasy versus anti-fantasy. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. But there's one thing I do get. It sounds like you're saying there's something wrong with my fighting style. We're fighting to kill the fantasy known as the illusion of the witch. That means interpreting this tale as a proper mystery. Proper. In other words, sumari. From the very start, we have to ignore any and all elements that violate the taboos of the mystery genre. Says me, just because I just made it up, ignore you say. For example, several closed room murders have occurred in the games before now, right? I miss Angie so much. Yeah. At every single crime scene, you enthusiastically check with Beato to make sure there are no hidden doors, right? Then that leads to a flashy bunch of red truths weaving together all over the place, almost as though that itself is the battle. And if you add red and blue together, you get... I call that a waste of time. After all, it's clearly specified in Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. Okay. But one does exist. In the mystery genre, hidden passages mustn't exist. So if you want to interpret everything as a proper mystery, there's been more than one! Entering this whole debate over whether there are hidden doors or not means you've lost from the beginning, see? After all, there aren't any. As soon as you suspect that they might exist, it's already game over for you. Sumari, you assume you can't start theory building just because no one's yet proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene. That's why I call you naive and a failure at the mystery genre. You've already lost once you start thinking that. You thought you were waging a fight to interpret everything like a mystery novel, right? Then you've got to follow the conventions of the mystery genre. Giggle, 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 giggle. Man, I really feel like Burnt Castle's on our side right now. Cough. Well, that's it in a nutshell. Hidden doors must not exist at any of the crime scenes. Oh, specifically at the crime scenes. Okay, can you say it in red? That means any time spent asking whether they exist or not is wasted. I think I know what you're talking about. I've heard about it somewhere. Is this like the 10 basic rules for mystery novels or something? Yeah, that's right. They're the 10 wedges for drilling witches brandished by Nox, the peerless archbishop of witch hunting. Those are the true weapons with which to fight and defeat the fantasy known as the illusion of the witch head-on. It's just like you, Burn, to bring in such a troublesome weapon. That's the fantasy genre's archenemy. I'm so hungry. So you'll deny the existence of hidden doors right from the start without even investigating the crime scene. That sounds more like fantasy to me. Lambda, who's in charge of the witch's side, is fantasy. I'm the one who's fighting her. Mystery. What are you? You're just barely anti-fantasy, doing nothing but dodging over and over and denying fantasy. You're opposed to absolutely everything, but you can't make any counter-proposals. You're like a politician from some country. Giggle, giggle. Shut up. I didn't come here to speak gibberish with you two. Continue the story right now. Be quiet. That sleeping princess behind you looks like she's in pain, doesn't she? When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever. Oh man, it's gonna go really hard when she gets up. Beato, what's wrong? Are you okay? What do you mean, is she okay? You sure you say some weird things? Aren't you fine to kill this girl? We've rewound the Smith game for your benefit, but right now, Byrne has done a good job cornering her opponent and is about to break through the illusion of the witch. Her existence has been almost completely denied. It's only natural that she's suffering. Just now, even you smashed the illusion of the witch by saying there's no way Kinzo exists. Here's the proof that your attack reached Beato. This agony of hers. I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beato's forehead with a handkerchief and cheer her up by saying thank you to bits and subs. Thank you to Fidays for the bits. Kraus, you don't understand. Natsuhi. You don't understand, Natsuhi. This bit on monocoins would win me millions, and then Toho will replay Steins Gate. It's 100% foolproof plan. Damn. Who has to pretend to be dead for that to happen? Thank you, YSF, for the bits as well. Next family meeting, Natsuhi just talking to the corner along with Maria about Kraus accidentally selling his spleen to a busker, while Maria nods along and gives legitimately sound legal and financial advice to Natsuhi and Beato's stead. Kraus too sick to come, but he's actually in an ice bath upstairs. Jessica's like, damn, haven't seen Grandpa in a bit, huh? Should it be 3 tsuru patans and 1 mochi patan, or should I add a immune patan into spice it up? All right, what are you cooking, YSF? Thank you. And thank you, Krutler, for some more bits. 500 this time. The flaw with Nox is that it assumes the story is a good mystery. Okay, here we go. It's true I promised Beato that I'd let her die, but it was supposed to happen peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beato suffer like this before killing her. As if they had seen right through my mixed feelings, the two witches grinned. Dad only overheard because he kept yelling about the inheritance, right, Ineki? It isn't my fault. It was just an unlucky coincidence, okay? You just happened to be in the corridor and heard. It was an accident, I tell you. An accident. What? Could you two give it a rest? Just cut our bad luck this time and give it up. If you leave a man alone, his mood will pop right back to normal. Hopefully Father's feelings weren't hurt so much that he writes up some strange will. The relatives took a deep breath and fell silent. Hey, you can't jump around either, Maria. What do you do if Angie-chan falls? Sorry to keep you waiting. The boat is ready. Why isn't this black and white? Okay, let's go. Won't get anywhere by complaining now. We eagerly await your return to this island. Oh shit, Goda's already here? Angie, yeah, this is the year before the murders usually happen. Natsuhi was sitting on a bench in the rose garden looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Kanan and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife. Did the boat leave? Yes. It departed just a minute. Oh, this is them leaving! Okay. Oh man, you can leave? I see. Good job seeing them off. What is my husband doing? He returned to his room a short while ago. He is resting. In his business suit. Since the previous day, Kraus had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his weariness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. However, the way he had refused to let even a sliver of his true intentions slip out, and the manner in which he managed to act as though everything was normal showed that Kraus's nerve was nothing to sneeze at. Wow. How was it? Did they seem to notice anything suspicious about Father? Not at all. Eva-sama and the rest were having a big ruckus over how the master overheard them talking about the inheritance, right? Wasn't their panicking just priceless? Yes, they were quite shaken up. Kumasawa, you really are quite an actress. The way you all acted, all panicked in the corridor, made it seem like Father really was there. And Nanjo, I must also commend how you reiterated that like the master soon be dead, but is still full of vigor for a man of his age. Thank you, Natsuhi. I don't still know why I'm going along with this, but you know what? I had a great time. I will be returning on the boat tomorrow as well. Kosama-san is quite talented, that sort of thing. Oh, come now. I don't deserve such praise. Oh. Giggle. I always have to give Genji strict orders not to easily swallow your stories when you call in sick. Now that's just too harsh, madam. Oh, especially considering that I can blackmail you by telling the whole world that Kinzo's actually dead. What the fuck are you doing? Najo taking acting lessons on the weekend just for fun? You really did a good job, both of you, as well as Genji and Shannon. I will get your pay for a month's worth of pacification time, as well as 5 extra days, just as promised. Consider this a confidential benefit. Talk with Genji when you collect your pay so the other servants don't find out. Sure, we understand, right? Kumasawa-san, your voice is too loud. Oh, not good, not good. Oh. Good point. Let's leave it at that for the time being. We should all return to our regular duties. That's right, I've had Go to prepare some special tea. Tell him to serve it. Natsuhi let them know she wanted to be left alone for a while, so she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. The black tea that had been carried all the way to the bench was the Sri Lankan tea, Dimbula, that she had promised Beato along with some patis. Sitting on either side of the snack, staring at it curiously, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen. So this is patis. I just assumed it would be some kind of baked sweet. Apparently Natsuhi, not realizing that it had a curry-like spicy flavor, had started choking after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like fried dumplings stuffed with mashed curry-flavored potatoes. That sounds pretty good, I'd try that. As a household dish, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsuhi, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be sweet. I had butter chicken and vindaloo for the first time recently, and I quite liked it. I would like to make it myself. It was pretty good. It was gluten-free. It was good. Didn't you know? Dimbula always goes with this. Black tea always goes with cookies. Oh, but chocolate is good too. You must have sweet bean jelly with Japanese tea, although salted kombu also works. Chinese tea goes with Chinese dumplings. Though I like mooncakes too. Oh, Kraus pokes his head out. Did someone say moon? So I'm surprised. You know a lot about various cultures, don't you? Well, I haven't been living 1,000 years for nothing. I've tried refined teas from all over the world. Perhaps you could call it a journey through the world of tea. It does seem like it would be a wonderful way to travel the world. Before today, I never knew one could easily enjoy tea like this. I will treasure this experience. I cannot leave Rokkenjima. This is the only way I can travel. Through tea. What about you? I'm sure you've elegantly traveled the world like any wealthy wife might. Nah, Kraus doesn't like doing that. Before Jessica was born, my husband took me to many countries. Oh! Before marrying, I never once traveled overseas, so each time was a fresh and new experience. Sounds like you were also born into a very rigid family. It was strict, but they gave me a wonderful upbringing. It would be rude to my father and mother to call that rigid. It's a pretty eloquent way to call it rigid, Cackle. Kraus might have pitied Natsuhi. Or he might have wanted to take her away from the rigid Ushiromiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he might simply have wanted to take his wife around the countries he knew well to show off everything he knew. Which was precious little. And unlike father, my husband is fond of Asian nations. Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Thailand. I think we also went to Malaysia. Cackle, cackle. That Kraus. Was he trying to rebel against Kinzo's Western tastes? But Asia is good too. After all, the Japanese are strongly influenced by the West. When they think of foreign countries, only Western ones come to mind. But you mustn't forget the East. I myself knew a few things about the West, but I knew very little about the East. I gotta say, I never expected that Natsuhi and Beatrice would be having a fucking conversation. I seem to recall my husband making fun of me now and then during our travels. Beato subtly peered into Natsuhi's heart as the latter grumbled that the trips had all been very tiring. Are you listening? This is called an areca nut? Areca? Areca, it's a popular luxury food item around here. It looked like a small, round, gourd-like nut that had been smashed with cucumber wedged in it. Sorry, cucumber. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles. I see. So I just bite it here? As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. Felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish after some bait. Whoa, wait up. You have to eat it a certain way. Yes, you're supposed to bite it, chew it, but don't swallow it. Huh? Even though you bite and chew it, you can't swallow it? Yes. Bite and chew, don't swallow, and don't drink the juice. It'll make your stomach hurt, like mine will. Fucking 12 years from now, after we pretend that Kinzo is dead and we have everyone come over and I get a tummy. I just don't understand. Why would you eat something like that? Think of it as something like gum. Chew it and enjoy the flavor. Then take the scraps you've bitten and the juice and spit it into a paper cup like this. Dear, oh, this looks cool. The inside of your mouth is bright red. Wipe it off, wipe it off. Eek! Even her favorite handkerchief, which she had wiped Krause's mouth with, had bright red marks on it. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk, and it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red. And having to spit out something after you've put it in your mouth. How indecent. I agree, actually. Thinking this, Natsuhi adamantly refused Krause's invitation. No way, I don't need any, I don't need any. This is a cross-cultural experience. What's the point of traveling if you don't do things that can only be done here? Okay, that's actually pretty true. Krause kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright red. Father likes these too. He must have ordered them long ago because he used to chew away at them in the mansion's terrace. Although it seems he stopped ever since you arrived. Lying? Look here, father, the person you respect even more than me enjoyed these all the time. Look, don't be shy, take some. No, stop it, dear. During travel, Krause had the innocence of a child. He didn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsuhi normally gave Kinzo. Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Krause urged her even harder to bite it, but Natsuhi, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled that he was being too pushy. Krause was miffed the whole bus ride. What a child to let a little thing like this get him down, Natsuhi thought exasperatedly. Then, a native tour guide in the bus took out one of those areca nuts and started explaining about it. It had apparently been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. Just like in Natsuhi's case, it was starting to be disliked by young people and was becoming obsolete. Furthermore, it was treated as a good luck charm in this area and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheek had gotten a little red. My Ushirimiya head family can't be this cute? What the fuck are we doing? So, you then leaned on your husband and held his hand, did you? What the heck? You and your husband share a pretty pure love, don't you? Did you get all fired up? You know, like that night? Oh man. When the study is a rokken, don't come a knockin'. Red-faced and avoiding Beato's eye, Natsuhi tried to hide her embarrassment by swallowing the patis whole, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Beato said, "Yep, this is the best snack anyone could have with tea," and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face. However, that's only how it was when we were newlyweds. Right now, I cannot even leave Rokinjima. I'm a bird in a cage. Interesting. Well, it's the same for me. I can keep dying, but I just can't escape Rokinjima. I'm also a bird in a cage. I don't know much about you, and I won't pry. However, I do see that you face circumstances not to be taken lightly. Thank you, Top Lolly, for the resub. Haven't been around since the start of episode 2. What did I miss? I've no desire to act like the chief prisoner here. Let's be friendly as fellow birds in this cage. I've taken a liking to you. Really? Thank you. The instructions and orders you gave the servants for this family conference were superb. You took everything from where Kinzo would be and when, what he did, and what he left behind, and put it all together splendidly without any contradictions. That detailed written plan of yours had the same beauty as a high-level magic circle. You mean like where is he in the office? Why doing office things? Like, okay, pretty easy. To make it look Kinzo actually existed and was living a life in his own way. She had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. Okay, you know what? That would be some work would go into that. When he did meet whom and where, and what did he leave them? When did he do what and where, and what changed? As a result, even though the relatives never saw Kinzo even once, they hadn't suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Ava and the rest truly believed that Kinzo had just happened to be walking through the hall when he heard them talking about the inheritance and went into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsuhi's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail. Almost like planning a murder, and the cooperation by the servants had also worked smoothly down to the finest detail. Okay, I wonder if we're gonna do this. So my theory for episodes and questions is that every episode it is one of them that is doing the murders. So I think it's obviously Ava in episode 3. It is probably Rosa in episode 2. Although, man, I think it's Rudolph, maybe with Kyrie in episode 1, but I don't really have, like, it might be Natsuhi in episode 1, actually. And I think it's Kraus in episode 4. Are we gonna do the other ones now? Like, is it Natsuhi in episode 5? Fucking Hideyoshi in like 6, 7, or 8? Kyrie gets it. Oh, we're Nanjo in episode 7. Nanjo 7. Nanjo like off the clock. Nanjo sitting there having tea and crumpets with fucking Beatrice. Okay, oh, Nanjo, you know, you're a man of science, but you too would have made a great witch, you know, with a toxin. Yes, you know what, quite. I very much enjoyed your epitaph. I tried to solve it for quite a while. Everything had gone just as Natsuhi's plan, but did down to the finest detail, and the cooperation by the servants had also worked smoothly down to the finest detail. We had to stop the secret from getting out no matter the cost. That's why I double-checked the plan thoroughly. Your willpower and attention to detail summoned success with certainty. As a witch, it seems like you're in Lady Lambda Delta's camp. Okay, a bit on the nose, Lambda. You're complimenting yourself through your own story. Okay, all right, Hideo Kojima. All right. At your current level, as soon as you become self-aware of that as magic, you will be worthy of calling yourself a witch apprentice. If you call something like that in, like magic, then that would make Kumasawa the witch of feigned illnesses. It's only on busy days that she calls us to say she's taking the day off because of her bad back, like every year's family conference, for example. Oh no, you've got Kumasawa completely wrong there. She's a witch of a much, much higher level. If you knew what she really was, it'd shock you. Cackle, cackle. Smash? No? Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, this second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed. Ronove was kind enough to make us some of that Bimbula tea too. Oh man, it's like we're in there. It felt as though Beato muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though something had gotten through to her. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beato's cup in her hand, making her hold the cup. Beato's eyes trembled sadly, and her fingers shook. Almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to. And was mourning the fact that she could no longer enjoy the tea she had once loved by her own power. If Lambda Delta and Co. showed up right now and said to Battler, if you just believed in magic, then Beato would revive right now, do you think he would fall for it and say, you know what, fuck it, I just want my girl back? I wonder. That's how she looked. So Battler put his hand on Beato's, grabbed hold of the teacup, and lifted it to her lips. Then, though it was only a single mouthful, Beato sipped. The days when they'd been locked in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges already seemed like the distant past. Now, not only was Beato unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard. How is it? That rose aroma makes for a great black tea. Do you like it? Of course. Beato didn't respond. What happened to you? Is this another strategy? Shit. Are you pretending to be in a slump so you can shock me later? If that's what you're after, the same trick won't work again, so give it a rest. I can't get fired up with you like this. Hey, isn't it about time for you to start laughing loudly saying, caught you, dumbass, or something? Any kind of joke stops being funny if you drag it out too much, especially if it's a rehash. Laugh, just like you're cackling over there as you drink with Aunt Natsuhi. Can't you at least grin? Never again. This child will never laugh again. Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel. Say it in red? How can you say that for sure? Why did they introduce Poopy Butthole and then just never bring them back? What the fuck are they doing? How can you say that for sure? Don't you try to take Beato's right to laugh away from her? Or should I say it in red then? Yeah, actually, yeah. I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Berncastle spoke while looking at Beato's face, and the word she used was completely incomprehensible to me. Congratulations. Mouse is doing a great Beato today. For what? Beato is like this as a result of your victory. What are you talking about? You said something interesting in a previous game. You said this would be torture where you both torment each other. That was right. It's torture for Beato as well. And you won that torture game. That's why Beato's soul was killed and why she became a doll-like corpse. Are you saying I did this to Beato? The battle ends when one of you loses the will to try and win. As far as the battle between you and Beato goes, that was already concluded in the previous game. Well, it probably happened without you noticing though. In that case, why hasn't the game ended if I've already won? Why is the game still continuing? The shackle attached to that girl's ankle. That's a rule Lambda made. Lambda just fuck it. No, just making shit up. Even if Beatrice tries to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse. Okay? And then Battler says, I didn't agree to that. My bargain was with Beato. So fuck you, I'm out. That's the end. And then you win. In the past, I supported you when it looked like you were going to give in. Though you probably couldn't perceive it, I assisted you by giving you hints and making things go your way. That's why you're able to be here now. Remember? Remember how I saved you? Berncastle stared at me. It's true I wasn't aware of it, but just maybe I was saved by her. In the same way, Lambda is supporting Beato, and this time Beato is on the verge of giving in. That's why Lambda's been giving her support this round to keep her from giving in. That's what the shackle is. By refusing to let her resign, she's rescued Beato within the game. Rescued her from what? Normally, there are only two ways for this game to end. Either one side will accept defeat and resign, or one side will win the game with a checkmate. Beato was about to collide with the first way. That's why Lambda crushed that chance and managed to just barely avoid losing. By the rules of this game, that's an impressive bit of support. So the only way this game can end now is if I win. At the very least, until I do win. This witch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beato and make a comeback, but that'll just prolong Beato's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Beato and I fought with all we had trying to win. The game repeated several times because we were both giving it everything we could muster. Then, that one time, we confronted each other head-on with all of our strength, and Beato acknowledged her loss. She said she wanted me to end this game and entrusted everything to me. I was there, so Berncastle's words are the truth. She said it's my fault Beato's become a living corpse. That's true, but it's something both of us wanted. Our match has already been resolved. Even so, the game won't end. That's why Beato put her trust in me. She told me to win quickly and end this game. Now that the game's been resolved, letting it continue any further means endless torture for Beato, nothing more than a nightmare. I've got to give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and let her rest in peace. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. But by continuing the game, Beato's eternal torture will continue. I felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death. I'm starting to feel like truth doesn't matter anymore. As long as Beato's satisfied, who cares what happens in the game? Beato resigned. I'll abandon the truth of the illusion of the witch and return home with my family. Is there anything wrong with that? If only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would be over already. That's why I found it detestable. Dude still thinks he's going home? What are we? This game, which I can't finish without tormenting Beato more, is detestable. What's this? Beato's starting to look like she's in pain every time you get closer to the truth, so you're suddenly going easy on her? Then go easy on her as much as you can. And why don't you just let Beato win while you're at it? Then your little sister can have a lonely, tragic future forced on her endlessly. That's not how it is. That's right. I have to return for Angie's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beato. In that case, make sure you kill her. Kill this witch without fail. Man, Balor's always in impossible situations. Fucking hell, man. Even though Beato was right there, Berncastle spoke without holding back. Your goal is to kill this woman. In the last game, you said it at Beato's request. You said, I'll kill you. Yeah, that may be true, but that doesn't mean you get to complain about it. Did you know? When you tear one of your fingernails out, it's better to do it in one go. Pulling it out like you do, timidly, twisting, and slow, hurts much, much more. Could have went with a band-aid, but okay, we're going for fingernails. What you're doing sounds much more like torture to me. If you have any compassion, kill her all at once. That's how killing works. That's none of your business. I'm the one who gets to decide how to perform her last rites. You and that Lambda Delta witch have nothing to do with this. I'll kill her. I won't let anyone else do it. As long as you don't lose that willpower, I'm betting on you. Okay? Make sure you don't forget. Unless this game is resolved, you will never be released. You won't be allowed to abandon this game either. I get it. I know what Lambda's after. She wants to make you lose your will to fight just like Yato. To make you a pair of living dolls to keep this world in perpetual equilibrium. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't like that either. Why should I give a damn about what you want? Still, I won't throw this game away. I won't abandon my responsibility to fight against Beato. I'm glad our goals are the same. So, you'll be able to kill this child without any hesitation, right? That's right. Mickey Mouse. I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her. But I can tell by the dull tingling in my chest that I surely believe I've hurt her. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beato feels. If I think I've hurt her, does that mean she's actually been hurt? And if I didn't think I'd hurt her, would that mean no one's gotten hurt because of me? So, about that Beato who's drinking tea over there with Natsuhi. You can handle that, right? Yeah, no problem. It's the same as it was with Kinzo. Beatrice doesn't exist. This is a fake illusion of a witch that Natsuhi created since she believes that she was borrowing a witch's power when she thought up a brilliant plan to overcome hardship. It only looks like they're drinking together because Lambda Delta, who's the game master and the one telling the story, interpreted it that way. If you could stare at the scene without a fragment of love for Natsuhi, you wouldn't see an illusion like that. Okay, so this is the second time that it's explaining exactly what this is. Like, is this meant to be, like, in case you didn't realize it now from the other episodes, here we go, we're talking about it now? Or is it just a refresher or a reminder? Huh. If you could stare at the scene without a fragment of love for Natsuhi, you wouldn't see an illusion like that? They're really making sure you get it? Did some fan show up at a conference with Ryukishi and give their version of the "It's Still Real to Me" wrestling speech? And Ryukishi was like, oh shit. I have to make it like really obvious. Okay, maybe, I don't know. I'm joking, but there's probably a bunch of things that I'm slow on the uptake and haven't realized yet that needs to be spelled out to me. That's why with my eyes, all I can see is Natsuhi all alone drinking her tea in silence. Without love, it cannot be seen. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen. You're looking at a daydream Natsuhi is showing us. Beatrice doesn't exist there. Ugh. Yato mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn of Burn Castle's truth had stabbed into her chest. I mean, you did take a 1 month break, and so far that 1 month break seems kind of like really fitting with what's going on in the story. It was a well-timed 1 month break. I guess it makes sense between going from questions to answers, right? Yeah, that's probably true. I think your theory's right, but don't say that in front of Beato. It doesn't matter where I say it. This is Beato's world we're in. Also, it's not like I'm protecting Beato. Just like you two aren't real either. It's just someone else's imagination at play, thinking things. Oh, it's fucking. The last scene is going to be the glass shattering, and Ryukishi's going to be sitting there going, "Yeah." Credits roll. It's not like I'm protecting Beato, but it's still possible Aunt Natsuhi really is drinking tea with some unknown person X who calls himself Beatrice. This scene takes place a year before everything. The number of people on this island on this day has never been shown with the red truth. Sure. Even Lambda hasn't said anything in red about the number of people on Rikkinjima on this day. In that case, it's possible for Natsuhi to claim that she really did drink tea with a woman calling herself Beatrice. Just like I can't deny your theory, you can't deny mine. What are we doing? That means you can't say for sure whether the Beato there is an illusion or not. Oh, is this cat box theory? That might have worked on Beato, but it won't work on me. Why not? After all, Natsuhi is drinking tea all by herself right there. Loves the red. There was a violent sound of glass breaking. And Beato, who laughed happily and cracked jokes about Natsuhi's newlywed years, was erased. Oh man, that just reminds me of the thing I could say that I'm still not saying because I don't want to have a fucking 20-hour long fight with chat about it. If I can get through the whole VN, I will tell you all what it is, but I just... Oh man. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Natsuhi all by herself. Beato groaned. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. Another illusion of the witch had been smashed, drawing Beato towards death. In short, Sumari, this is what the battle to let Beato rest in peace is all about. You can't just tease us like that? Yeah, sure I can, it keeps up engagement. Now you have to watch until the end to know what I'm talking about. A second ago, Burnt Castle likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beato should be to minimize that pain. In other words, Sumari, even if I want to minimize her pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept that look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, I realize what a merciless thing the Red Truth was. I don't think Battler has it in him. Right now in this rose garden, there's no one except Aunt Natsuhi. Is there even Patus? In other words, Sumari, there are no observers except for Aunt Natsuhi. So if that lone observer were to say that she'd had some tea with Beato, no one should be able to refute that. If there's something no one can deny, doesn't that mean it's truth? Aunt Natsuhi is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment? So I feel like the story is just begging you to go back through every single fantastical scene that's happened now and to really look at it and think, okay, what's really happening? But some of them are so fucking impenetrable that I don't think... I think some of them aren't going to have like actual answers other than like nothing was really going on here. We just wanted to write a scene that was entertaining. Like what could possibly be really happening when it did Goat-kun? The Twin Towers. Yeah, the Twin Towers too. Like what could possibly be happening? Kraus also suddenly like better at boxing than he was at business. The Red Truth is like a blade. In a battle with, they're all it's not about solving them, chatter. It's about what's the point of it? I can't like if there is one, then okay, great, that'll be interesting to see. But I can't imagine there being like, oh, this is what was really going on when Goat-kun was having his backstory and Kraus was getting a big fucking punch charge up while Virgilia stood there cackling but then had her comeuppance. Like I can't imagine that having a good satisfying ending answer other than, oh, someone was just sitting in the corner imagining this, so it would be a fun thing to write. That's what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, other ones like when Kinzo marched into the parlor with guns and shot everyone in the head with Nihi, that probably does actually have a like what's actually going on there. There's probably something worthwhile to think about there with the holes opening up and everything, but not all of them are going to have that kind of like thought process is what I mean. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, in a battle with a witch, it's a blade that sometimes tears your theories apart, but sometimes becomes a weapon you can fight back with. I know. So what? Don't use it without reason. A blade is a tool if you use it when you're supposed to, but it's a weapon if you use it out of malice. True enough, Aunt Natsuhi wasn't really drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the Red Truth probably has nothing to do with our game. Our game is a tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime give us more than enough time to injure each other with our red and blue blades glistening. Oh man, he's really got it bad. There's no way he's killing Beatrice. This isn't about the illusion of the witch. It's about Aunt Natsuhi's privacy. How could anyone have the right to expose that? Yeah, apologize, multi-millennia-year-old witch. Yeah. Do you want to acknowledge that a witch actually existed here and drank tea with Natsuhi? Were you trying to deny the existence of witches? That's right. If we're talking about our game, the 2-day period from October 4th to October 5th, 1986. But I have no desire to question whether or not witches exist outside of that game board. In the first place, the devil's proof argument makes it impossible to deny the existence of witches, and according to the rules of this game, saying something like you did in red is a forbidden move that leads to a stalemate. You can't deny the existence of witches, not even with the Red Truth. True. I never thought I'd hear you talk so glibly about witches existing, said the witch. Not bad, Lambda. You've done a good job getting Battler stuck between his human culprit theory and the idea that witches existing wouldn't be so bad. So she really excels at controlling human hearts. Fuck you, that was not Lamb that did that. That was Beatrice, the person I don't like at all. Now be gone. I want to like carefully and intimately lift up her hand with the cup to give her some more tea. Fuck you. Looks like I'd better start helping you out even more. I really couldn't care less about you two. Disappear. The game is between Beato and me. We're gonna keep this game to ourselves. No way. What? After all, I'm enjoying this game too. Giggle, 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 ha 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 ha. Bern Castell disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind, and also a bunch of people to say thank you to. Thank you, YSF, again for the bits. Kraus and Carlos, Himbros, destitute business partners, or sworn rivals. Himbros? Thank you, the Nowhere 999 for the resub as well. Hey Joe, I'm currently catching up on your Baldur's Gate 3 streams. I really love that playthrough, by the way. But I decided to take a peek because my favorite Umi Weeb just resumed reading the bedtime story to 2,000 people. Jokes aside, though, Answer's Arc is going to be such a mindfuck. I hope you enjoy it. I hope I do too. So far, it's pretty good, but it hasn't been slow in terms of things happening. But I feel like it's slow in getting back into the meat of the part of the story that I enjoy, especially after how like climactic and loud episode 4 ended, but that's fine. That's how like different chapters usually begin. It can't just ramp right up into absurdity right from the start. After that, all that remained was Natsuhi sipping tea all alone. Beato, her hand still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid, and me. Bern Castell and Lambda Delta. Virgilia called them your friends, but you really should choose your friends more carefully. Or wait, maybe they'll actually make a good match with an ill-natured person like you. Beato didn't answer. Battler took Beato's hand, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Beato made a quiet sound in her throat and drank another gulp. Then Natsuhi's lonely tea time ended. That truth, which was Natsuhi's alone and observed by no one else, had been defiled. In Natsuhi's world, surely, that tea party, which had been peaceful despite... Fucking motherfucker. That tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Beato for making fun of her too much, came to an end, and the two of them parted ways. However, in Natsuhi's exposed truth, she was all alone. Natsuhi tottered away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Question mark. At the end of every episode, when everyone's dead and it's supposed to be impossible, it has epilogues and stuff at tea party scenes. And tea party scenes are a common source in the story for when a character is fantasizing about something that should be impossible and with people that shouldn't be able to be there. So I'm angry. Like I just said, there's some things that should be obvious that I'm not picking up on, and I just realized like fucking 5 minutes later that was one of them. That there's a repeated use of tea parties in the story, but there's also repeated use of tea parties for make-believe scenes outside of the story too. It's a pretty big clue, actually. Nothing is real. Nothing ever happens in Umineko. Nothing ever happens. Anyone else see Bikoi in the wallpaper? After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there. Hello, Moshi Moshi. Sorry to keep you waiting. Battler? What do you think you're doing, not contacting us for 6 years? How's it going? Oh, really? How the hell do I know? Huh, shut up. So that means you'll be coming to this year's family conference, right? I mean, it's been 6 whole years. Break went. We already took a break. I'll probably take another break in about half an hour or so. We're taking breaks a little off schedule today. Sorry, because Lambda Delta showed up and told us to. 5 businessmen in expensive suits were visiting in the parlor, giving Kraus and Natsuhi a progress report on their business. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building, as well as documents related to expenditures and the like. So packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Kraus a progress report. But in actuality, Kraus had called them all the way over to Rokinjima so that Natsuhi could hear from them directly. This was because Natsuhi needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. In other words, Sumari, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. How are they eating? I guess they have enough money to run the place, okay. After telling the guests to wait for a short while, Kraus took Natsuhi out into the hall and once again summarized the situation. In short, Sumari, they say the work is proceeding even better than we imagined. This is where my personal connection to the governor really starts to pay off. By now, it's absolutely impossible for this catch to get away from us. To the contrary, it's growing so big that in one go we'll be able to regain not just that power of eternity, but everything we've lost up to this point as well. Kraus spoke passionately. This made it seem all the more suspicious to Natsuhi, but this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Okay? And are they all paid actors? It's 5 Nanjos in suits in there. Certainly this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated initially. Whether it would prove to be a winner or not, investors had gathered around it, and they were rapidly gaining funds. This must be what they mean when they say money summons money. This is where Kraus's money-making truly begins. It was probably the greatest success of Kraus's life so far. No, it probably would be his greatest success yet. That point was where Natsuhi's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Kraus had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big. We would definitely be able to reel this fish in. There's no need to rush. It's such a success that I wish I could show it to Father if he were still alive. Yes, I know. Wait, oh, he is alive! No, you're gonna break this. Yeah, however, I believe you made a promise last year. You said you were sure you could manage something within a year. A pained look rose across his face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Natsuhi pressed Kraus, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference, but Kraus kept saying that he needed just 1 more year. Kraus planned to use this unprecedented success to catapult them into further challenges in the future. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted even in the slightest. Anxious beggars never prosper. On many occasions before now, Kraus had gotten cold feet and sold off businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited. Like the Moon one, and had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuhi also knew this. She knew that guts were the thing her husband lacked most. That's why she was unable to refuse when Kraus said he wanted to prudently wait just 1 more year. Someone told me you love NL because you relate to his baldness. Are the rumors true? Yeah, I'm bald as fuck. Yep, that's why. How wonderful that things are going well. It would appear that I'll have to sit around here as a ghost for a little longer. You don't look too disappointed. You're fated to be chewed to bits by demons the moment you leave this world. My apologies, Father. For 1 more year, you might not be granted a peace. It is fine. Fear not, Natsuhi. I am no longer the Ushirmiya family head. The ghosts of the study should obediently follow the current head's commands. I've taken a look at Kraus's charts, and they aren't bad at all. Even from your perspective, Father? And Natsuhi, like fucking like Kinzo lighting herself in the fucking study. Oh, the ghost says that it actually is a legit business. I feel better now. Okay, they're pretty good even from our perspective. Yeah, oh, the fucking Beatrice agrees too. Everyone is confident in victory, gathering together a significant quantity of magical power. As a result, that victory is growing ever deeper, involving more and more people, and magic beginning to create gold, a perfect embodiment of classic alchemy. Oh. If you've earned even the Golden Witch's approval, that is very reassuring. Rejoice, Natsuhi. This business of the Krauses will save the Ushirmiya family from its crisis without fail. Thank you very much. As long as someone doesn't go on a killing spree next conference, everything is just going to be A-okay. And if you would once again... Indeed, we'll have to overcome 1 more family conference, won't we? Yes. I think things went well last year, but I imagine some of the relatives will find it suspicious. I think this year's conference will be a critical time. During last year's family conference, you were correct to predict that the same thing might have to happen again. Even for those who aren't witches, preparing for the worst case scenario is one of the basics for getting on in this world. So, what will you do this year? Just like last year, I will see to it that a high concentration of the servants who know Father's secret are there on the day of the conference. Some of the relatives may already have noticed that Father isn't around. Okay, there's no fucking way that Goda after 2 years is like, surely I will be able to serve Kinzo myself at one point today. Well, it's gonna be able to exciting lunch. Like, really? Goda still doesn't know? Some of the relatives may have already noticed the father isn't around. A careless show might actually put us in more danger of exposure. Wasn't Goda not allowed to serve Beatrice in the room too? Indeed. It is said that too much is as bad as too little. Then what will you do? Unlike last year, I think we'll go with a plan that has you staying inside your study until the end. That would be suitable. Barricades are straightforward and simple, a final trump card. No matter how strongly toxin fills the mansion, as long as the closed room barrier remains around this room, it will be impossible to deny Kinzo's existence. I guarantee that myself. However, when forming a barricade, it is inevitable that you'll be surrounded. I know. Even so, I beg that both of you lend us your power just one more time. Yeah, fucking Kraus definitely killed everyone. Episode 4. Like the secret was about to be revealed. They were pushing it, and then he goes up to the study. Kinzo lifts him up. That's him becoming Kinzo. He went downstairs with, like, was Natsuhi in on it then? Did he just go downstairs and fucking just kill people in the parlor? Huh. Did we ever see the parlor after the fact? Did Battler see the parlor? I can't remember. I think he did. Chat's saying he did too. Okay. And there were no holes there, right? I cannot disobey the orders of the new head. Furthermore, a ghost cannot disobey the orders of the living. If you tell me not to leave this room, I will obey. Thank you very much. I'm not satisfied. If you want to lend you my power, I won't listen to a mere request. Yes, you are the family alchemist. So I won't ask you to help. I order you to help. Your magic is the one thing we can rely on. Use that power to create an illusion of father just one more time. Very well. I hear and obey. Well, what is this distinction? I find your confidence quite pleasing. From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three. I see. So we've made it to this year's family conference. Grandfather was in a bad mood, so he shut himself in his study and didn't appear in front of anyone. You idiot. Natsuhi spoke boldly about how she would somehow overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushiromiya family's honor until the end. While Kinzo praised her, saying that her plan looked promising. Beato also praised her, saying that Natsuhi's dignified confidence was even more well-suited for the headship than Kraus's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was... The moment I thought that, no, just because I thought it, Beato grabbed her chest and moaned. Don't worry, this is still outside the game board, so I won't deny you or grandfather over there. Put my hand on Beato's and she tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest. I've already told Bern Castell. The 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is all I need to deny the illusion of the witch. In the last game, you said in red that grandfather is dead at the start time for all games. However, you never mentioned whether grandfather was alive or dead before the start time for the games. In short, Sumari, even if grandfather exists in this place right now, that doesn't create any contradictions. My hand touching her lit off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest. And I also can't deny the existence of the Beatrice in this place. The number of people on this island outside the game board, in other words, Sumari, before October 4th, 1986, has not been declared in red. Therefore, there's nothing strange about Beatrice existing here. Beato's expression softened slightly. My blue light slowly began to melt the red splinters that denied the illusion of the witch. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked me straight in the eye. Though she was silent, her eyes told me her pain had subsided. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise, for leaving even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist. Okay, when are you two gonna team up and just kill Lambda Delta and Burn Castle? I would love that. Oh, please. 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 Please give that to me. Please. Fucking Bonnie and Clyde arc, please? Fuck Burn Castle and Lambda Delta? Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I reflexively averted my gaze. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I like you or anything. I don't plan on accepting the existence of witches or surrendering. I just want to let that part slide and fight stoically so I can win this game against you. I have no desire to bully you outside the game board as well. Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. By now, no one would believe this sad-eyed woman was the same person as that prideful Beato. So I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself, just what in the world were you thinking? That's right. Even though this Lambda's game, I have to find you here. I have to find what you thought and what you were trying to do. Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The 5th game will finally begin. At this time, I'll reach the end of that journey. I'm not worried about the surface level stuff like murders and tricks. What did you, the Golden Witch Beatrice, think, and why did you do what you did? What were you hoping for? That's what I'm gonna find out. That's right. I already know how I can reach the end of that journey. It's been made clear to me since the very beginning. This time, I'll spin the chessboard around. As opposed to all the other times, I'll read this tale not from my side, but from yours. And this time, I'll understand you. I'll pick my way to your heart. I won't let you feel pain. Don't worry. I won't let those witches use you as a toy anymore. Beato looked at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beato, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtain will rise on our game. Remember that time he came from off screen and smashed her head into a table and then laughed and said, "Fuck you, I've changed my mind, I won't give up"? That was good, wasn't it? At this year's family conference, we must conceal the Master's secret once again. Yes, I understand. I'm a little doubtful that the same trick will work twice. Madam shares your concerns. Because of that, it was decided that this year he will not leave the study even once. Sumari will make it seem like he's been shut away in his study the whole time? Yes. And the only ones allowed to enter the study are the three of us, the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle. Which means the three of us will perpetuate the lie about the Master. Correct. And then he told her to make him a sandwich with her tits. Don't forget that part. the true feminist reading. Fucking hell. Correct. The relatives will probably question you about the Master's health and mood. Make sure you answer without hesitation and see to it that nothing is seen as suspicious. I'm so hungry. Yes, I understand. I'm sure you'll screw up right away. Nay-san. Maybe it's better to say you have a cold or something so you can skip that day. That's mean. Canon wasn't just making fun of her. He only wanted to release Shannon from the burden of working on this most serious of days. Genji-sama, is it really necessary for Shannon to be on duty? We can manage things well enough without her. That I cannot do. Genji, how many people are in this room right now? Zero? None? Just fucking someone standing outside the room pretending that Genji, Canon, and Shannon are having a talk. Like, well, how many people are in this room right now that cannot do? Madam gave strict orders that the three of us, one of us, that the zero of us be scheduled to work on that day. Yes, I'm prepared to perform my duty successfully. Don't screw up. I won't. Shannon grew sullen and Canon shrugged. Then Genji told them that they weren't taking this seriously enough. Shannon, Canon, the Master we serve has already passed away. However, until he is truly passed on, we will continue to serve. That study is not empty. Just like this room has more than me in it right now, the Master is still there, hard at work on his usual research. Make sure you take that to heart. Yes, Genji-sama. Yes, General Tullius. Father has already passed away? That's insane. Settle down, Ava. It's only a possibility. It's well known that Takeda Shingen said in his will that his death was to be kept secret for 3 years. Know about that? Is that how it went? My Japanese history isn't so great. At the time, Takeda was in the middle of a war with Oda and Tokugawa, and he still won 3 years after he died. If people learned about his death at a time like that, it probably have had a bad impact on the war. Because of that, he left a will saying that his death should be kept hidden for 3 years. Hideyoshi did the same thing, right? He totally suppressed information about the death of his master, Oda Nobunaga, so that the enemy won't find out. Quickly made peace with Mori and defeated Akechi on the battle of Yamakazaki, even though he was fucking dead. On the other hand, Shibata Katsui failed at this. The enemy, Usugi, learned of Nobuyuki's death, so Shibata had to deal with an unexpected counterattack and got slowed down. That's why later on he suffered a great loss against Hideyoshi in the fight for the succession. Hideyoshi had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge when he got the chance. Wincing slightly, Ava made him get back to his point. So basically, the whole time since last year's family conference, I felt as though something was strange. You mean the time when Rudolph and I were talking about the inheritance and Father overheard us from the hall? That's just it. Natsuhi-san and the servants kept saying Father was here or there and that he seemed to be in a bad mood, but not a single one of us relatives saw Father, right? If what you're thinking is right, what does that mean? Does it mean Nissan's trying to keep all the inheritance for himself? Of course, hiding someone's live ashtray reaction? Someone's death is a very dangerous thing to do. And all things considered, I'm not sure Kraus-san would be willing to do it just to have the inheritance all to himself, but it is possible. Well, it's true that Nissan has always been greedy. He always used to take things that were meant for all the siblings, keeping them all for himself. Kraus-san is supposed to be the richest of the siblings. Kraus-san scheming to keep the inheritance all to himself to the point of accepting the risk of hiding Father's death sounds a tad unbelievable to me, even though I thought of it. Even so, last year's family conference was so strange I can't help but wonder. Ava and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and see Kinzo when he was in a bad mood. So during last year's family conference, once they heard about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood, they never made an attempt to contact him. That was why, to this very day, they hadn't found it suspicious that Kinzo had never appeared. It certainly is worth suspecting. Meanwhile, in another cafe across the street, Rudolph and Kirie's like, so I think that maybe Kinzo might already be dead. Rudolph's, yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. Meanwhile, in the other cafe, ooh. It certainly is worth suspecting. I wonder if Nissan would really do something as appalling as hiding Father's death. For all his pride, that man has a coward side to him. Would he really make such a once-in-a-lifetime bet? Either way, it'd probably be a good idea to make sure we get a chance to meet with Father during this year's conference. The rumors are really bad. It sounds like Iniki's business is failing even worse than we'd imagined. Like he's taken massive loans and he's giving it all he's got just to try and cover it up. That'll make it very difficult to make... Did she just Sumari, like, off the grid? That'll make it very difficult to borrow money from him. Yeah, I could cry, but I'm not a seagull. Wouldn't being in financial stress also weaken Kraus-san's position in certain ways? Weaken his position? Well, investors tend to have a keen eye. If they hear that he's actually low on funds, they won't want to have anything to do with him. I guess trust is the most important part of that business. Kirie smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus, would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble. Confidence in Kraus-san's abilities might be a requirement for his own businesses in the future, but it isn't necessary for our future. Are you suggesting that I blackmail him? I wouldn't want to, if it were me. For one blood sibling to take another one down is no laughing matter. Giggle, giggle. I love her so much. Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kirie's cold smile. At times, Kirie was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Those were called weekdays. Whenever he saw that, Rudolph knew he'd never like to have her as his enemy. Oh, misery. I'd rather not threaten Oni-san if we have any other way to get money. If there were another way, we wouldn't be worrying. Don't you think it's a bit pathetic to waste time worrying about a problem when you have no other options? Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. He still felt some of the terror he'd experienced thanks to Kraus's violence when they were young. Whoa. Now that the same Kraus was the one he needed to threaten, Rudolph would also be fighting against his childhood trauma. So to give her husband a little push, Kirei smiled reassuringly, and perhaps coldly. Man up, I've never been fond of doing work based on trust. It takes hard work to build trust, but only an instant to lose it. There's no less profitable investment. You're right. All the trust in the world isn't worth a good banknote. Even though Kraus-san has been taking on massive losses, he ought to be capable of gathering enough money to buy us some time. Of course, he'd probably be forced to cash in all the trust he's built up so far. This is gonna get ugly. We'll have to prepare sufficiently. We haven't been given any time or room for failure. Isn't that right? Kind of crazy that we're like 5,000 hours into this, and it took that amount of time to finally see like the preamble and like what came before that parlor scene that made us lock the fuck in to begin with. Among my Kyoto friends, I know a few who are talented at this sort of investigation. I'd rather not be indebted to people like that, but do you want to try meeting them? You can't expect people like that to offer you receipts, but I'm sure they'll think up something that makes them worth the investment. Man, I want some chicken wings. I don't have any chicken wings. Why do I want chicken wings? No, I want everything. I'm so hungry. Oh my god. No. Yes? Maria's doing well too. Who's that? That's none of your business. Thank you. Huh? Well, I'll have to look at my schedule. Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious. Well, truth is, I want to have a little talk about the next family conference without a Nikki. Between you, me, and Eva Nesan? Sounds like a headache. I can't go into details over the phone. Could be tapped. But I think you'll find it's worth listening to. Something good? Of course, and it's also another excuse for you to leave Maria alone tonight. Come over. What is this telescope phone? This is a gorgeous phone. Holy shit. Of course. Ineki's all for it. My beloved framed photo of a plant? Well, yeah, what's it gonna be here? A fucking picture of Maria? Come on. Nesan is, all we want is your approval. We aren't gonna ask you for money or anything like that. The most important thing is that the three of us stick together. Like this candlestick. Sorry, I'm all over the place. They got it? Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because in the past, when Rudolph and Eva got into a fight with Kraus, they always used to talk to her like this right before dragging her into it. First, tell me, I stand to gain something too, yes? Yep. The three of us will each grab 200 million out of this. If all goes well, we might be able to squeeze out more. That's $10. That should be enough to handle your debt, right? And when can we expect to grab this by? Of course, it'll be within a year. I need it. Ineki needs it. And you need it too, Rosa. All three of our problems will be settled. So the chances of success are good enough that Nesan's agreed to it? Now, do you want to hear? I know it's a bit sudden, but let's meet next Sunday, 1900, that coffee shop you like in Ginza. Don't bring Maria. That's the only time Ineki's schedule and mine match. Any problems? If we're talking 200 million, I'll have no choice but to listen. Then let's meet at 7 p.m. next Sunday at Leopold's. Why are we changing time measures? And why are we just saying things now? And Maria-chan, you can bring her too if you want. Nah, I don't want to. Hangs up the phone. Don't talk about money in front of that child. She set the receiver down with a clunk, a little violently. Apparently, either Eva or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Kraus's weak points. They probably would threaten him with that at the next family conference and force him to pay up. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that would be nothing good. But even so, this might be her once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and started to mark the day she'd be meeting with Rudolph and Eva. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria, something she had planned to do with her daughter. DZL. Day at the zoo with that loser. Who is Maria? Okay. Maria was in her room, playing around excitedly with Sakutaro and the others. Oh, this is... Wait, what? I'm sorry, did she yeet Sakutaro off the bus like the day before they went to the conference? That was because she was going to that recently built amusement park, Delsnyland, that following Sunday. When did that happen? Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 at night. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room and nicely told her to turn the lights off. The room would probably be a mess as well. Did you know that Disneyland has every single ride in every single possible configuration? What the fuck was that line, Balder? If you don't know what Balder's talking about, there was a line in Sekimea about there was a theme park nearby where we were that had every single amusement park ride in existence available in every single configuration. What the fuck was that? He's so fixated on that line, as am I, as is America. Akashic Land. Yeah, what the fuck was that? Was it a joke? What was that? It is an insane line. The room would probably be a mess as well, at least tonight. That was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again, and she looked at the floor. Mouse, if we break now, how long would we have? When's a good time to break that when I come back? I'm only going to keep reading for like 45 minutes or like an hour 15. And are we also close to a break in the chapter right now too? Are you a Leafs fan, Joe? No, but are they about to win the Stanley Cup? Because I might become a Leafs fan if that's the case. I do have a Leafs hockey jersey. That's the only hockey jersey I've had. I've had it since I was a kid. I think it's a Gilmore one. Not sure I'm making tacos is probably fine. Oh, okay, cool. How dare you bring up food in front of the hungry man? Fucking hell. God damn it. Anyway, all right, we're back. We'll take a break right now. There's a chandelier on the screen. We'll be back, and then when we come back, we'll continue until we're done. I'm going to go down a protein drink. Holy fuck. It didn't mute again. Rosa's not even the worst mother in the story. Who's a worse mother than Rosa in this story? Or is that spoilers? I ate a biscuit, expecting to only eat one biscuit, and then I have to go back for a second biscuit. I wonder if doing ads during the break scares more people off than it saves, because like I said, it's like I don't know if it breaks even or if it's actually less money on my end for ads that come through. It's hard to judge, but I just wonder if it's like not worth it. I don't know. Kind of hard to judge. This one gave me an ad for Final Destination. Thanks for that. They're still making those movies? All right, I think we're just gonna keep going until we're done for today, which should be in about 45 minutes or so, I think. I think we have like this scene or like the end of the scene or the scene after that, I'm guessing. I don't think we're going more than 2 scenes. I was scrolling through like skip the dishes, like on break, looking at any food I could order and just being like, no. It's so hungry. I think I'm just gonna make some food I have in the fridge though after I'm done. I think I'm just gonna make some rice. I got some steaks on sale last time I was at the grocery store. These very like I don't know what they're called. They're like tip steaks. There's like 3 in a pack. They're quite small. Order Domino's. I can't. The gluten-free pizza sucks. Aren't you rich? Why don't you just order takeout? I'm not rich. Do you think I'm rich? I wish I was rich. Sorry, I'm almost done this protein drink. You have rich people internet? I do have pretty good internet. You have a $5,000 couch. How is the price of this couch getting higher every single time we talk about it? It wasn't $5,000. I actually can't remember how much the couch was now. Wasn't it $2,000? It was $2,000, wasn't it? It was a $2,000 like big sectional couch that I haven't sat on. I haven't sat on that couch since Mouse was here. I'm not even kidding. Like it's Gatsby's couch right now. I just had to order a special fur scraper to clean it. Goddamn shedding dog. Thank you, Azunis, in terms of stamina. Thank you, Azunis, for the resub as well. I'm sorry, Joe, I don't have much time. I'm sending this message back in time from 2032 to warn you, do not play 2025's Game of the Year, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It has made you into a raging weeaboo. In all the chain-smoking 2-hour lunches and your newfound fixation on Camembert are taking a toll on everyone. This is somehow more concerning than the 2 weeks you spent trying to learn Japanese on stream after finishing Umineko. Please, if not for yourself, do it for chat. I think Mouse is about to take you out, sorry. There is nothing Mouse would like more than for all of this to come true. It's been more than 15 days that E33 came out, isn't it? As she stood outside, Debating if I want to make an E3 joke about that. Now I'm good. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again as she looked at the floor. I hate it when my daughter's having a good time. Then she raised her head again. Her brow was furrowed and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. Whoa. Oh man, we definitely should have read one more line. The weather wasn't that great. According to the weekend forecast, a certain tropical cyclone would likely grow into a large typhoon, which would make it a lot harder to pretend that Kinzo is dead. If they get stuck here, if unhappy premonitions tend to be right, this year's family conference will probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. No, I wish a typhoon large enough to stop all boat travel would seal Rokkenjima away forever. If that happened, I'd be able to hide Kinzo's death as long as I wanted. If only the typhoon would keep them at bay forever. Natsuhi let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. At that time, the phone rang. Natsuhi turned the TV off and picked up the receiver. Moshi Moshi?
Hi.
Hello? Whoa. You're in Rosa's bedroom? What the fuck? I apologize for calling during your rest. It is Genji, said Genji. Something the matter? There's a phone call for you from the external line. However, they will not state their name. They aren't saying their name? Yes. The person in question said you would know when you spoke with them. What should be done? It might be a prank. What did they sound like? I believe it was a young man. Any idea who it might be? A young man? It's Battler. Natsuhi didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. On top of that, a young man? As a wife, she must avoid any contact that might be considered suspicious with anyone other than her husband, much less a young man. As soon as she thought this, the phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. So she went and answered it. Despite that, she also wanted to know what they wanted to tell her. Could it be some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? What if there was some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? No matter what it is, it's my duty as a wife to listen and report to Krause. If it's some bizarre threat, I just have to firmly refuse and inform Krause that I received such a phone call. If it's something offensive, I just have to yell. You just have to tell Genji to never send me anonymous calls again. Man, I really like Natsuhi in episode 1. And, like, fucking hell, she's so insufferable. Like, holy shit. Like, I feel bad for her at the same time. She's clearly been, like, I don't know how she was raised to be this prim and proper. Like, god damn. Like, shit. But she's a lot less of a drag when a lot of her family's been killed. Like, she's, I would hate this person. As Natsuhi thought this, just as Genji was suggesting that he hang up on the man as though that's what she'd naturally choose, she told him to connect her to this person. She then set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again. Moshi Moshi? This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line, which Genji had redirected to her, so it should have already been connected directly to the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond. Not liking this at all, Natsuhi spoke one more time, sounding displeased. Hello? Who is this? Tell me your name. Man, before cell phones, you would have landlines, and you would just get like a call like this sometimes, and you just have to be like, well, okay, I guess I'm just gonna be spooked to death for the rest of the night. It would just happen sometimes, and you just had to tank it. She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She gulped reflexively. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. You said this in episode 1 too? Yeah, because it's a real thing. It's been a long time, huh? Okay, I thought you were a young man. This was the first time the man had spoken. Just how long has it been? How many years? What are you talking about? Who are you? The voice certainly did sound like a young man's, but it's hard to learn much about someone just by their voice over the phone. It sounded like a young man, but it might actually be a middle school aged boy. An even younger person, or a man in his prime who still had a youngish voice. Couldn't be me. No, wait, it might be too soon to be sure that this is even a male. However, one thing was certain. Natsui could think of no one who would speak to her in an overly familiar manner like this. It'd be easy for you to tell me my name, but that would make me very sad. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? And what business do you have with me? I would have already hung up. If you can't tell me that, I'm not interested. I'm hanging up. What I want is for you to remember. And what is it you're telling me to remember? I don't know you, so I have nothing to remember. Please do not say that. I am your child, am I not? What did you say? Oh, so it's her. She's the worst mother than Rosa. What are you talking about? Do not say things that will make me so sad, mother. That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsui's heart and started turning it about. In her entire life, Natsui had never been told something so unsettling. In her bewilderment, Natsui felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm hanging up. I came back for revenge. Revenge for your crime of 19 years ago. Natsui's mind went blank. And from beyond the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day. So, you actually do remember, do you not? I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you remember. Never call here again. I've not forgotten how you treated me 19 years ago. Curse you, I still call you mother despite that. No, because of that. The family conference will be here very soon, right? I am your son, mother. I will come on the day of the conference, after 19 years, so that I can have my revenge on you. Click. Breathing so hard her shoulders heaved, Natsui slammed the receiver down and hung up. Is that who Poopy Butthole is? And they're just cosplaying as a witch? Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that no more calls would come through it. I can hear the roar of the sea. That voice I hear from beyond the howling wind is certainly, even if I cover my ears, the headache won't. Completely pale, and Natsui kept shivering as though cold. Did this happen on the other ones, or just this one? Lambda, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Did you like I just made a whole new person up? I'm anywhere you want me to be, Burn. Then crawl into the cupboard under the kitchen floor. Or in a jar of rice bran paste if you like. Oh, you're gonna dip me in bean paste and bite into me? But then I'd rather you dip me in honey. In return, I'll cook you in sugar water. At least make it sweet soy sauce with sweet. Can we just move the fuck along and talk about what happened? So what's up? You gonna make me repeat something? That's right. In Natsui's phone is Natsui's phone conversation here real? Can you define real, please? Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly as though sizing Burn Castle up. Okay, are we, and by we I mean Battler and Beatrice, like watching this on another layer of flowery bullshit? Like what? She was probably trying to tease Burn for making that demand. You refused to repeat it? Well now, should I refuse or should I respond? As the game master, that's up for me to decide, and I get to make the decision anytime I want. Unless I state it in blue, you aren't obligated to respond. That's it. Giggle, giggle. For now, you're stuck wondering about Natsui's secret of 19 years ago, okay? Make sure you're sitting on the edge of your seat. Giggle, giggle. Of course, this fishy telephone call happened before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start time of the game, so there's basically no need to question whether it's true or false. Since you, the game master, went out of your way to show me this, I'll take it as a preparatory move for something else. It might be a trick, but I'll at least keep this move of yours in my memory. So you'll leave without turning the card over. Ouch. What? Direct attack. After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. Perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her because she quickly went back to giggling. Are you done preparing the game board now? Yeah, that's right. Now I'll finally move on to the game. On to October 4th, 1986. I wonder what number October 4th, 1986 this is. The Endless Witch, huh? Beatrice? She truly is a frightening child. Any news from your side yet, Bern? No. If you've refused to repeat what I asked, then I'm done. Turn end, right? Untap, upkeep, draw. Come, October 4th, 1986. Is this where we're done or no? This seems like a good stopping point. Is there more to this? Is the shorter scene after it? This seems like done. Oh my god. Holy shit. One more chapter? Okay. The first day, October 4th, 1986. The Rose Garden really is a masterpiece. And then Mr. Poopy Butthole's there. Oh yeah, it sure is great to be sniffing these flowers with you like I have every single other time looping game that we've done here on this island. Hi, battler, best friend, good buddy, old pal. Ooh, I love Mr. Poopy Butthole. He definitely exists and has been here every single other episode until now. This Rose Garden really is a masterpiece. It's gotten even more awesome than it was 6 years ago. You're so lucky I have this as your yard. You're so lucky to have this as your yard. I can't read. Are you kidding? For me, it makes it longer to walk to the harbor, and that's a real pain. Taking the boat to school is such a fucking pain in the ass. Ha ha ha. That's a pretty luxurious worry. Ooh. Getting to say hi to the roses every morning must be awesome. You must get late after saying hi to so many roses. Shame about Angie though. I hear her stomach gets upset easily, right? Apparently. It's probably her intestines that are weak. She's almost always got the runs. What the... Ooh. You shouldn't say something like that about a lady. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot. Nothing comes out of a girl's butt but marshmallows, right? So Angie got sick and the marshmallows turned into syrup. Would you believe me if I told you that the stage play of episode 1, Umineko, adds a what are these boobs scene? It barely adds anything, okay? But it added a what are these boobs scene. Okay, that's really way over the line. George and Jessica slammed a knee in a fist right into either side of Battler's gut. Foreshadowing. The smack thud was probably the sound made when his knees hit the ground as he fell over. You watched it? Yeah, I watched it last night. Just the first episode of it. Normally, don't watch any more of these. That's crazy. What are we doing right now? What are we doing right now, Rational? Why are you here? That's what Umineko is sometimes. It's what? Why are we here? Normally, Battler possessed the good sense that you'd expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he'd been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized that they were also returning to the way they'd been back then. Oh boy, sure do like hanging out with my cousins in the Rose Garden. Okay, I'll stop. Gaze at this charming chat coming through an open window in the hall. Madam, Cross-sama is searching for you. I'll go in just a bit. It isn't even lunchtime yet, and I'm already tired. Just a few moments ago, the sparks had already started flying between them and Eva's group. The others had pounded on Kraus and Natsuhi over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Thought I misread pounces, but it is pounded. Apparently, they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all. There are no problems with father, right? Correct. Leave it to me. Shannon and Ken are also fully prepared to handle today's arrangements. Kumasawa is a good liar, so I'm not worried about her, but I am a little concerned about Dr. Namejo. I get the feeling he's bad at hiding things. Leave that to me. I intend to support Dr. Nanjo from nearby as much as possible. As there is a live Nanjo reaction, there will be a live Genji support. It's so reassuring to have you there. It truly does help a lot. Without your strength, we wouldn't be able to succeed. I am honored by your words, and also to commit this felony with you. Don't worry. The closed room barrier on the study is perfect. As long as the barrier remains unbroken, no one will be able to expose Kinzo's secret. Yes, I understand. Still, you heard that conversation in the parlor just now, didn't you? Indeed. It seems that some considerable suspicions were aroused last year. The terrible toxin is accumulated and is being spread around. It seems this year's conference really will be crucial. We might be able to overcome this year somehow, but there is such a thing as pushing our luck. It's probably best to assume that next year won't be manageable. With this much of the magic-resistant toxin filling up the place, it will probably be difficult to preserve Lord Goldsmith's magic for yet another family conference. Who are you? Great question. Great question. Oh, no need to be surprised. This man serves as my head furniture. Greetings, Madame Natsuhi. My name is Renove. It is a pleasure to meet you. This man's reliable. He's also helping to protect the closed room barrier. Is that so? I'm Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I thank you for your cooperation. Of course, madam. I will be aiding you from the magic world. Please rely on me. Oh my god. Okay, so this is her version of Beatrice & Co. from her magical delusions. When they commit the murders, or the murders start happening, will they be involved, or will there be another... I guess we'll see. In that case, I guess I'll introduce myself next. Hi, Richie. Long time no see. Ah, Ga! I'm glad to see you're here as well. Well, I only came to have some fun. If you need an extra hand, let me know. Nice to meet you, madam. This is the first time I've said hello, but I'm always right by anyone's side. Cuckoo? Gap here is quite the prankster. Remember that headache medicine you dropped on the floor of your room and lost as you were getting dressed? Gap was the one behind that. Whenever you set something small down somewhere but can't find it later, it's always a good idea to suspect it's one of her pranks. Long ago, she used to tease me all the time. Sounds like just being annoying to me, not a fucking prank. Is that so? In any event, this is the Ushirimiya mansion. As long as you are here, you will obey us. You understand, correct? Of course, we understand. Think of me as a Genji of the magic world, and give me orders whenever you wish. And even I know how a guest is supposed to act. I won't let the landlord lose face. You can count on Renove and Gap. However, the magic world and the human world are two different sides of the same coin. I understand. Of course, I will do all I can in the human world. Let's work together and protect Father's secret. Indeed. This happens every time. Looks like we won't get anywhere until the next day. Well, sure, October 4th is like a prep turn for me. If you don't feel like doing anything, why don't you just sit around until October 5th? I'll call you after the first 6 die. Giggle, giggle. Of course, that was an incredibly irritating way to put it. The fight won't start until the crime occurs. However, waiting for the crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first twilight. In other words, Sumari, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die. It'd be like using a console command to level you up. Like, why stop there? Did you know? They say that in chess, the player who moves first is twice as likely to win. Twice as likely? Although that can change as the tactics of the match progress. Don't they say the second player has a much better chance at a draw? Even I know the phrase, the first to strike wins. So what are you trying to say? Giggle, giggle. This is why you're so incompetent. Say it in red. Seriously, are you listening, Battler? There do exist puzzles that can be solved even on October 4th. You know which one I mean? You don't mean. No, but... Well, watch and see, Battler the incompetent. Giggle, giggle. Alright, what did we miss? I have a general idea of what these witches are talking about. I tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that puzzle exists. That's right, the reason it exists. Why did Beato prepare a puzzle like this in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I started to avoid thinking about it under the assumption that there's no point in trying to solve a riddle that can't be solved. The epitaph? This time I should change my viewpoint. I shouldn't just focus on the surface level stuff, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is that why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. Okay, this time I'm spinning the chessboard around. I thought Kinzo did that. The witches keep calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. They aren't my enemies. Counting on our match. Beato. Oh. Oh. Looks like it's finally started raining. Dang. Wish the only downpour was the one inside my heart. The people in the parlor noticed the raindrops that were starting to drip down the window. Now we have nowhere to run until the family conference ends. The same thing goes for Nissan. Sorry, Nissan. I won't let them escape. You can be sure of that. The cards we're holding aren't bad. Nissan's just bluffing. I'll make certain he surrenders. Well, there's more to a deal than making your opponent lose. You gotta get a pitfall ready. Raise them a bit and convince them to stand on it of their own accord. Hideyoshi-san's right. You pressed them a bit too hard last time, Eva Nissan. That was perfectly reasonable considering it's Nissan we're dealing with. Huh, looks like Rose has fallen asleep. She was complaining about how early she woke up this morning. Well, guess there's nothing wrong with taking a nap. There's a chance we might be forced to spend all night on this. Getting a nap in now is probably a smart idea. Out of consideration for Rosa, who'd fallen asleep on the sofa, the others quietly left the parlor and also fell asleep. Unaware of this, Rosa slept. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept unaware that the rain had started to fall. Huh. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn-faced. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked, she just couldn't stand having that search interrupted by something like the rain. So the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew. She wandered through the rose beds, and as she did, from behind Maria's back came up patter-patter. The sound of approaching footsteps. Then the footsteps landed in a puddle, making a small splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slight distraction of that sound irritated her, and Maria ignored it. Hello? Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On the sealed off for Kinjima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Kraus-sama, madam, I was looking for you. Something important has come up. Kraus and Natsuhi had been privately discussing what should be done next in a deserted corridor on the 3rd floor. Genji had searched everywhere for them. What is it? There must be something more urgent than a few sheets getting soaked in the rain. Dude, we're pretending your dad is still alive when he's dead. Can you show some respect to the G-Man? Fuck you, Crow. What is it? Has some sort of blunder been made? A short while ago, someone arrived at the mansion, claiming to have drifted here after an accident at sea. What? Kraus and Natsuhi couldn't help but go wide-eyed and stare at each other. This was the first time they'd ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited. Someone drifted here? Is that true? The poor thing. Treat this person politely, like a guest. What are they doing now? Dr. Nanjo is performing an examination. He hasn't finished yet, but from what I could tell by looking, the drifter seemed tired, but uninjured. Thank goodness. Natsuhi and I are having an important conversation right now. When it's over, we will go check on this person. Please tell this drifter that we want them to feel at home. Certainly. When Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, Natsuhi called him to a stop. Genji stopped walking and Natsuhi jogged up to him. Genji, is this drifter a man? No. She is a young woman, about the same age as Milady. Which Milady? A woman? I see. Very well, back to your work. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, worrying about the health of the sudden guest. Well, if she was able to walk all the way to the rose garden by herself, her life probably isn't in danger. It always helps to be prepared. It's probably all thanks to the life jacket. Without that, she might have drowned. What kind of girl was she? Older or younger than George or Jessica? She was younger than Jessica. She wore a life jacket and a swimsuit. It looked like she was all tired out. If she washed up somewhere near the harbor, that must have been a rare bit of luck and a bit disaster. It would have been terrible if she'd landed on the opposite side of the island. Still, you have to feel sorry for her. With this weather, the boats won't be coming. I imagine she'll also be stuck on this island all day tomorrow. At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction. Would anyone like some tea? It was Goda and Cannon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with a tea set. I don't know why, but I'm pissed off. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives, hungry for information, crowded around Goda. He ordered Cannon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention. Goda-san, how's that kid doing? Does it look like she's okay? Well, I don't know about that. Who gives a fuck about this new person? Let's talk about my calf steak. It's gonna be delicious. But there's no need to worry. Dr. Nanjo is giving his full attention and taking care of her, and Kumasawa and Shannon are with him. Please, have no fears. Why not relax with some black tea for now? Come, Cannon-san. Quickly, serve it. Rumble. Cannon knew this tea was just Goda's way of earning points, so he lined the cups with a slightly sullen air. Ooh, I'll help too. It's okay. You can just wait there, Maria-sama. Ooh, I want to serve tea too. Did you talk with Dr. Nanjo? Did he say anything? Yes, when I met him a short while ago, he said there weren't any serious external wounds. From what I could tell at a glance, he's here! And just as Goda had successfully captured the gazes of all present and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Man, Goda just can't catch a break. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. As he is all the time, Cannon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted. Dr. Nanjo. How is her condition? Does it look like she'll be okay? Can she play the piano anymore? Not to worry, everyone. She is fine. She had no injuries at all. She seems to be quite worn out, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about tonight, as long as she doesn't develop a fever. That's good to hear. We're lucky enough to have a doctor, but this is no hospital. Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. When Nanjo gave the more detailed results of his examination, concluding by saying that she was young and should therefore be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent. Okay. Ooh, boats are really scary. Fall. Battler was right. Maria-chan, let's not tell Battler-kun about this. Oh, madam, Crow-sama. Goda had lost his nerve and was handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently, he was that desperate to get everyone's attention. How is the guest? Yes, sir. Her condition is not serious. I see. That's great. Where is she now? I believe Kumasawa-san and Shannon-san were guiding her to the bath. They said they would get her some clothes afterwards. In that case, they'd probably arrive here. It's totally normal clothes too. Just normal, gonna blend right in, not gonna be weird at all clothes. In that case, they'll probably arrive here soon. Everyone, this may be the day of the family conference, but we have a guest brought here by an unfortunate accident. She wasn't invited, but I want you all to welcome her. Also, Kinzo is totally alive. Who could disagree with that? I'm all for it. Same here. Didn't Mom always tell us to be nice to girls? Maybe, but you didn't need to make that your life's motto. It's probably best if we call George and the rest over here too. Let's all greet her together. What? Wouldn't that just make her more uncomfortable? Ava stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice. It is Genji, said Genji. The guest has arrived. At those words, everyone fell silent, and the people who had been sitting stood up straight. Hold on. Sorry, my phone just went off. Stop here? Really, Mouse? Okay, alright. All right, who are we rating? Oh, thank you, SMH Rampage, for the bits. Man, when Umineko started, I was Uminoid because I thought I'd Umi hate it, but then I got Umi hooked and was really Umi pissed when we went on Umi break. Glad we're Umi back. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you for the bits, Rampage. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guests forwards. This is just one of the witches with extra steps. I don't like this Lambda Delta plant bullshit. The guest had Shannon and Kumasama falling by her side. What's this on her hair? And even after seeing the large number of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. Just a single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Ushirimiya family. Furudo-sama, allow me to introduce you. This is the representative of the Ushirimiya family head, Ushirimiya Kraus. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Though you arrived due to an accident, you are a guest of the family. We welcome you. Please make yourself at home and relax however you please. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Furudo Erika. Eric. My deepest apologies for disturbing you members of the Ushirimiya family. What the fuck is going? You can't add a character to the game? We've already done 4. This is new. I don't like it. What? Members of the Ushirimiya family like this? I'm truly grateful for the warm welcome I've received despite my status as an uninvited guest. This was greeted by an impressed sigh arising equally from all corners of the room. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago, but the composure of her introduction didn't shame those clothes in the slightest. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone could have expected from a high schooler, almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. Oh my god, keep George out of the room. Keep George out of the room. And Ava's already doing some plans. Alright, is she in the list? Fell from the pleasure boat Eternal Maid 2, mid-cruise in the waters near Rokkenjima. She washed up on Rokkenjima on October 4th, 1986. The Ushirimiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the life jacket she was wearing. Several miracles, eh? Further, Bernkastel's double and servant, also a piece who is manifested in the human world. Because she is a human, she cannot use magic and the like. However, because she is in contact with Bernkastel in a higher world and can appeal to her to use higher world miracles and authority on her behalf, it would probably be no exaggeration to call Furudo Erika a human capable of wielding the power of a witch. Through Bernkastel, yeah, spoiled by notes. Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally spoiled by notes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. The miracle. Yeah, whatever. Therefore, even though she is an outsider to the Ushirimiya family, she possesses the right to demand full attention from everyone when speaking, the right to advance proceedings, and the right to investigate the crime scene before the police arrive, as well as many other special abilities. She gets pleasure from the process of solving riddles, but her greatest joy comes from using that victory to sneer at others. Wait a sec. Who the heck is this? With an incompetent like you as the main character piece, the game wouldn't go anywhere. That's why I placed myself there as a piece. Oh man, fucking hell, I can't believe that we read all the notes before that fucking bombshell. Well, it's just a bit of a bonus. Even in a closed circle, it'd get boring to see the same crew every single time, right? No, I was enjoying it! You quit messing around. This piece doesn't exist on Beato's game board. Beato and I won't acknowledge it. This is Beato's game board, right? If Beato refuses, then I'll consider it. What do you say, Beato? Beato was unable to answer. The Delta grinned triumphantly. Want to try complaining about the rules and stepping down from the game? Isn't that a favorite move of you, mystery people? If there's even a tiny element that goes against your expectations, you throw a tantrum and totally stop that. Shut up! No! We don't do... don't worry. I'll make a detective proclamation regarding this piece. A detective proclamation? I proclaim that Furudo Erika is the detective. The detective is not the culprit. No proof is needed to show this. In short, there is absolutely no need to suspect this girl. Can we have this in red too, please? Even if she appears as a human piece from now on, you can build theories the same as you always did. Get it? That's Nox's 7th, right? That's sus, open parenthesis, Among Us reference, close parenthesis. That's okay. It's forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Huh? Yeah. Fucking like the first one struck from the record when it comes to weeb shit. There was an exception clause in the original, but for this game, the detective isn't the culprit, has been proclaimed in red, so you don't need to consider the exception. Alright, so this round, Battler is going to be the murderer. I hate word games, so I'll say this in red too. Furder Erica is not the culprit. Repeat it. Furder Erica had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. Sure, no problem. Furder Erica had no influence on any of Beato's games before now. She's nothing more than an extra character who appears for the first time this round. She does not exist in the worlds before this one, nor does she influence them. So what does that do to the number of people on this island right now? Of course, it's +1 from the previous number. But don't worry, it has only increased by 1 person, Eric. Besides her, the number of people on this island is exactly the same as it was in the previous games. And what number is that? You almost got me, Battler. At that time, the sound of people dashing down the corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica who had come from the guest house after being called here by Ava. They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize, and their eyes went wide. Whoa, who are you? Ooh, a guest. She came by falling. Huh? Fall? Genji-san, who is this person? This is a guest, Eric. This is the daughter of the family, Jessica-sama, along with her cousins, George-sama and Battler-sama. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Ushirmiya Jessica. Hello, my name is Eric. I'm very pleased to meet you. Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on, they were utterly bewildered. They introduced themselves. Isn't that convenient? This way, the number of people is clear. The people in the guest house have joined up with the rest, and now all of the pieces except for Kinzo, all of the humans, have gathered in the parlor. Looks like it. In other words, Sumari, the number of people in this parlor now is equal to the total number of people on the side. Wait, what? When did Kumasawa and Shannon get here? There were supposedly 18 people on the island, but since Grandfather's actually dead and became so Shannon and fucking Kumasawa are here? Have they said anything? I didn't see them in. And now one piece of Burnt Castle has been added. The number of humans on this island has returned to 18. Okay, to do the detective thing, like mystery people, is something doesn't fit and then you freak out, and then to do this is a move. I'm not doubting that they're here, chat, because it seems that they're implying that they're here, but were they actually visibly on the screen at one point and I didn't see it? Were they really? Okay, I just spaced out then on that. Okay. Did they say anything? No? Okay, I'm not going to be able to see it then. Okay. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. The guest, Eric. Oh. Mine are Kosan-san and Shenji. Off to the side was Genji-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi were welcoming the guest. Goto-san immediately started showing off, and Kanon-kun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. What? But Battler's in the scene. Does that not matter anymore? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Either way, I'm fucked here. Because if my line of thinking is completely wrong, then okay, that's the best case outcome here. If my line of thinking is completely wrong, then that sucks. I thought I was onto something, but okay, like I can live with that. But if my line of thinking isn't wrong, which seems unlikely at this point, then this seems remarkably unfair. What are you thinking? My theory up until this point was that, well, not up until this point, it's a fairly recent one. It's been over a month, don't get me wrong, but like in context of playing this, is that Shannon and Cannon are the same person. So if Shannon and Cannon are the same person, this scene reeks. This is not fair. What would be unfair? This isn't a magical bullshit scene. This isn't a scene where everyone is collectively buying into something. Like, everyone is here. Everyone's here. So because everyone is here, that means everyone is buying into the delusion that Shannon and Cannon are two different people. Like, that seems very unlikely. So if I can't even trust this scene, I can't trust anything. And if I can't trust anything, then the meme becomes true. Nothing ever happens in Umineko. That's why I don't like it. As long as we assume your theory is right. Yeah, that's why I said at the beginning. Like I don't like it because that means that my theory is wrong, and that seems likely in this case. I'm kind of hoping that my theory is wrong now, because if my theory isn't wrong, I'm gonna hate this story now. And I really like Umineko, and I want to like it at the end. But this is pissing me off. This isn't fair at all. Goda-san immediately started showing off, and Cannon-kun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. There was Dad and Kirie-san, and Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Aunt Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nanjo. Then, on either side of me, were George and Nikki, and Jessica. This is everyone, the true number of people on the island at the moment. Well, all of us are Usher and Mias. Please don't feel obligated to call us by our family name. I'm George, and I'm Battler. Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you very much, George-san, Battler-san. I'd be pleased if you would call me Erica. Sorry, she looks like a trash fire, but her just like inserting herself via this character to live out some like deranged fucking I get to be the hero fantasy is fucking hilarious. But like fucking like I don't like this so far, but that is really funny. Nice to meet you, Eric. It was decided that Eric would be welcomed like a guest and allowed to borrow the bedroom next to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she had seemed dignified and a bit stiff, and also she gets to have the first bite of calf steak later. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually, and so, the detective, Eric, was placed on the game board. I mean, Battler is your self-insert, so why would you not like this? Because my self-insert was the star of the show and made me feel big and powerful and, like, really important. And now there's another self-insert, and I have to compete with fucking Mary Sue, who's probably going to be so smarter than me and make me feel dumb. That's why. I'm surprised Jessica's old clothes suit her so well. Kuma-san made the decision on her own to use Milady's old clothes. Please forgive her. The clothes Eric wore were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guests possessed a dignity that would put most adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly. Not to worry, they match this guest perfectly. If she likes them, we might even let her keep them as a sign of friendship, because it's so important that we all get along with Eric. Certainly. Thank you very much. Minute darkness. Minute darkness. Are we done, by the way? Was that a chapter change or no? Do we go to a glass shatter or what? Have you contacted the police and her family? Because we're over 7 o'clock and I want to stop at 7. I'm surprised that we got to 7 o'clock, actually. I thought it would be a little bit more. Okay. Yes. They seem to have been quite distressed. By the way, the guest really was involved in an accident, right? She herself said she fell from a boat as it was returning to port. Is there anything to back up that claim? I checked with the Coast Guard. It seems she fell from the rear of a pleasure boat, unnoticed by the others on board. We don't know the exact location she fell from, but it was probably somewhere near this island. I'm live, by the way, so you can go. Oh, you're rating? You're streaming tonight? Oh, I didn't know you were streaming tonight. It was foolish to play on a boat with such a bad weather forecast. However, is it really conceivable that she nearly drowned in the nearby waters and drifted to this island? It is not impossible. Tales of drifters washing ashore exist in several of the islands around this area. I believe it likely an accident occurred. We're in the middle of a typhoon. It would not be possible to land a boat anywhere on this island. Genji had already considered what she now suspected. Natsuhi probably suspected that this mysterious guest who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference might be the agent of some conspiracy, so Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Eric was her real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on. I understand. My husband has ordered that she be politely entertained. Make sure that there are no blunders. However, you do understand, don't you? Yes. I won't let her anywhere near the family conference. After dinner, I will see that she retires to the guest house. Make sure they don't start trying to force us to let her. Make sure they don't start trying to force us to let her meet father or anything like that. Of course, I will keep that in mind. Oh. Furudo Erika, was it? It's rare for guests to come here to Rokken. Doesn't this look like it'll be interesting? I'm really wilting. It's a good time that we're ending soon. She's probably Lady Berncastel's piece. Though she will follow the rules of humans, the player is a witch. We mustn't underestimate her. This is weird that Fiato is like has the same kind of interactions and knowledge as the real Beato, even though the real Beato is like comatose at the moment. Like Natsuhi's version still carries around all of it. There's no problem. Even if she were Lady Berncastel herself, since she's human, she's no match for us. After all, we have Gap with us. Humans certainly cannot win against Gap. Thanks. Still, it's not a good idea to overestimate yourself. It's confusing. I don't necessarily think it's confusing. I just don't think it necessarily makes sense, but not in like a confused sort of way. In a like it doesn't seem like it should be this way sort of way. So maybe I'm just so confused I don't even realize I'm confused. That's possible. Thanks. Still, it's not a good idea to overestimate yourself. The definition of a witch doesn't only imply the ability to use magic. True. A joker and the eye of a typhoon. That is what a witch is. Humph. I'm the only one who gets to call herself a witch on this Rokkenjima. Only I, the Golden Witch and Endless Witch Beatrice. Let's see how good Lady Berncastel's next piece after Angie is. I intend to watch very closely. Oh, is it trying to like try and get the reader to think about how this whole entire time there's a real version of Beato that hasn't been interacting with this level either? That this is also like a yeah, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I get it now. All right. In a way, that really is the Beatrice that we've been interacting with all along on the game board, that sort of thing. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Eric's seat was the lowest one in rank until she speaks up and you know, just like D20s her way with her charisma check to be, you know, like I should actually be at the front of the table. I'm the guest. Like, why not? Thank you, Carpenter B. Chan's Knockers, for 1,500 bits. That's a lot of bits. Thank you so much. Hello once more, Joe Alert. Tis I, the Vrog. What? I have yet to see whether the reaction to my previous cheers were positive or negative, so I apologize. But also thank you. See you in 3 months. The Vrog. Oh, the Vrog. Okay. Oh shit. Well, thank you very much for the bits. I hope that you are enjoying the return to Umineko when you get to here. Carpenter B. Chan. And that's it for Umineko. We'll be back on Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to be by myself or not. We'll find out. But Mouse might be with me on Saturday to read along. And that's it. So Umineko is back for the foreseeable future. I don't know yet if we're going to continue past episode 5 with this format. But if we do take a break, it'll be a short break. It'll be like a week or two. And then we'll be back with Tuesday and Saturday Umineko. So Baldur's Gate 3 will return tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wish I caught more of the stream. It's recorded. Lucky you. I don't know why I said it like that. I love ABBA format. It's pretty good. Enjoy your meal. Have a good dinner. Yeah, I'm going to go cook or order something. Haven't decided yet. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow. Hope you have a good week. Ubu format. You have to change the letters. Hi, Joe. Have you heard that Hunline Defense is longer than Umineko? It's not, is it? It's not. Like, I think it's longer than a couple episodes together, but it's not longer than the whole entire thing. It really is. I don't believe you. I remember, and the reason why I don't believe you is that I read a word count somewhere, and the word count is nowhere close to Umineko's word count. Did they find a couple hundred? Oh, you're gone. See you later. Raiders got deleted. All right. See you, everyone. Have a good day. Or have a good rest of your night.